Shabbat shalom, Brother Mark.
Shabbat shalom. How y'all doing?
We're doing great, thank you. And you?
I'm chasing Speedy in circles down here, but I'm all right.
You look like you were having some allergy problems last night.
I was. We were out before it got dark. We were out on the back 20 acres back here in the weeds on the Polaris, running around with the open doors. It was windy and just a mess. So
you caught them, didn't you?
Yeah, the wind was blowing and it just it tore me up.
Well, we hope you're doing better today.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I missed out on that. What tore you up? Hi, June and Joe and Sandra.
Hey, Sister Phyllis and Sister Sandra. His allergies were real bad last night.
How's everybody doing?
We're doing great. How are you guys?
We're okay. We're doing we're doing.
Well, we've got beautiful weather and we've had all kinds of bird visitors today. They've just come and went. We've had everything, geese and scobs, those lesser scob ducks. They're new here. We've never seen them before.
I don't know what they are.
No, I looked them up and they're kind of like a drake, but they're
Black and white.
Black and white, and they're beautiful. And I looked them up and it said that they're normally up around Maryland and Pennsylvania and places like that. So maybe they've migrated. Hey, Sister Roz.
Hey, how y'all doing?
We're doing great.
Doing good.
I love
That's
your
good.
well, I've already told you, but I'll tell you again. Everybody needs to check out Roz's little goat video that she did a couple days ago.
They're so cute.
Cute. I loved it. It was really cute.
But at the same time, the goats, there was a John Truth, or I forget what his name is now. He's got a channel, but he had a video that came out and said that he's got goats and his neighbors got sheep. And when the sheep go in, they eat peacefully together. And when the goats go in, they actually have to have their own thing because they fight each other, the wheat and the tares.
Yeah.
So they're cute. They kind of, in fact, I had thought that they were sheep at first, and then I realized that they were goats. And then actually in the back of my mind, I was thinking, they kind of look like that, but I'm not sure. It came up as sheep when I pulled it up. But anyway, they're cute, but they got something in behind them, if you know what I mean. And so I thought it was an interesting thing to put it with it.
That's good. Yeah, I saw that video too that you're talking about. It was a good point to make.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
like that differentiating between how the
The
goats
two. Yeah.
and how the sheep act. There's a big difference.
Yeah, very much so. The wheat and the tares, all that. So
Yeah.
Now your voice.
What?
Wasn't us.
What a face.
I don't know.
I have a video that I'm looking at the same time.
Okay, that's what it was.
Sorry.
You were getting us all riled up there. We didn't know what was going on, Roz.
I think Sandra did.
It's what
Sandra,
it's a
are you okay, Sandra? How's things going with you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. Happy to see everyone.
Well, you're looking good.
So are you. All that light shining between each and every one of you. Yahuwah's light is upon us, upon
Yes,
you.
it is. Hallelujah.
Praise Yahuwah.
Wasn't that a magnificent presentation Mark did last night?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that was so informational. That was great.
Yep. So I was thinking it just shows that there was always division, no matter what. Same thing that Yahusha faced. We all face that same. That's part of the raiment, is what I was getting from that. You know, that's the enemy fights against the righteous.
Well, he talked about the difference between Shaul and Kepha, and I think I'm more toward the Shaul. It's just like I don't care. I'm just going to tell you, and that's how it is. I'm not going to shy away like Kepha was, but I think out of the two, I could compare that way to Shaul, but I like that. And I was not aware. He had said something about the Sons of Thunder being cousins. Where's that at? I've not seen that. That's something I didn't know.
I was surprised to hear that too. I was saying, oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah, I've
Yahusha's
never heard that
cousins.
either.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were Yahusha's cousins. So I'm thinking that either one of their moms or dads was related to his mom or dad.
Yeah.
So they got to like Elisheba
Mhm.
was Yehukanan the Immerser's mother that made him Yahusha's first cousin.
Oh yeah, I had that, but I hadn't heard about the Sons of Thunder, so that was something
So
new.
it would have something to do with, I think they were weren't they sons of Alphaya, Alpha-E or Labor-E? I think it tells you that when he's choosing. I think it's in Luke. I'm not sure.
We're going to have to go through and follow some of those
Well, we can ask
family
him.
trees are important, and that's what I had put in the children's books. I started out by putting family trees so we could follow the family trees because family is so important. People don't seem to put family first anymore. It's all about what they want to do and how they want to do their day and everything, and they leave the family out. So, but family trees it's so important to know our family. Beautiful thing to do.
Were they the ones that the mom came and asked for them to be one on each side?
Yeah, I think they were.
And that's probably why. And then also made me think about his two brothers are in there too. He's got two actual brothers that came from actually his mom and his stepdad, or
You're talking about
his
Yakub and Yehuda?
yeah.
Okay.
So that's four family members in there. I mean, they're all his family because they are I guess hence why he said who when they asked him who your brother and your mother are over there, and he said what he did.
They that does the will of my Father.
Uh-huh.
That's what makes us all family. That's
Mhm.
He's our tree of life.
Yeah.
As long as we're in him, we all are connected. The seed of promise through Abraham, the nations they went. So that Yahudim he was trying to get that division out of them and not look at one another based on blood lineage. Look at one another
Mhm.
based on him in us and us being in him. I think that's the essence of it all.
Mhm.
I don't know. I could be wrong. At least I'm learning that anyway. So it's important that we realize from what he's studying. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign.
Uh-uh.
And he says the reign of Yahuwah comes within you. It's not in meat and drink. And we witness him by manifesting him in our thoughts, word, and deed to others, showing that great love and kindness
Yeah.
that no matter what we suffer. Like Yahuwah does it, we do it.
Yeah.
That's how you're calling.
I had seen a post on TikTok and it really bothered me a lot. And I did a rebuttal on it by taking their post and making it the correct way and by changing out words, because they said that that we're in Sodom and Gomorrah time, which is correct, but that, you know, with all the Epstein stuff that's coming out and all of that kind of thing. And they said that they've been given plenty enough, all of the people that's here have been given plenty enough information about Yahuwah and Yahusha and for Yasharal and everything, you know. And so if they're not awake, then we just need to leave them and go away and just, you know, really just think of them as like trash. And I thought to myself, that's not how Yahuwah, he's going to give us till the last minute, the last second, the last millisecond to be able to come to him. And so I changed the words, you know, on it. I was led to change the words and insert other words. And I read it both ways. And, you know, and that's just the wrong way to look at it. I actually told them on there, if you don't have love, then you're lost. If you don't love the ones that aren't there, who are you to be able to judge if they're allowed to be able to get in or not? And I never heard anything from them. Maybe it convicted them. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. It wasn't somebody that I was friends with. It was just somebody that showed up. Then I probably had to do that, you know, do a rebuttal to him. So he does that with us. He puts us in places.
So it's sort of like that parable where the man was praying and bragging about himself in the flesh and stuff, lifted up in pride, and the other man beat his chest, said, "I'm not worthy. Have mercy upon us."
Yeah.
So, and it's like and I think he called us to favor, to be and we are to beg others to be restored to favor until that last trumpet sounds at the end of the 6,000 millennium. There is hope. There is hope.
Yeah.
Yes. So we don't give up on anyone.
And to look down on them, it's also that thing about the ones that are grafted in can't look down on the natural because, you know, so it brings in two things.
I understand what you're saying.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Yeah. That's true. Who do we think we are?
Yeah.
Romans chapter 2. Who are you to judge another man? We don't pass judgment. That's not our job.
We're just to put out the information for it.
We're supposed to shine, be those light shining forces.
Yeah.
Going above and beyond. That's what they call it in business. Go above and beyond.
Yeah. They have this young guy and that's going and on TikTok. He's got 10-minute long videos saying about that Yahuwah is not Yahusha, and that Yahusha, he's reading these extra text. I don't remember the name of the book, but it's in it. And he's saying that he was just a human. He wasn't anything more. But when we're in the Father Yahuwah, that we are able to manifest and do this kind of stuff. It's like, wow. You don't do that. It's the Father.
You sound like the anti-Mashiach.
Yeah. So I prayed for him. I'd sent the videos to Mark so he could see, with it. But I just thought it was disgusting because it says it throughout that he is one. He's not a father and a son, he's one. So I think when it's inserted with saying a son, I think that's the confusion part for the ones that don't understand in Ruach. Hey, Chance.
Yeah, he hasn't been revealed. He hasn't been revealed the truth yet, because he's looking at the literal. It sounds like he's looking at the literal, because I think it's in Yehukanan 4. If you don't value the son, then you can't even. You got to value the son in order to get to the Father. He's the door.
Well, he did. It's like he overvalued in the way that he said he overvalued the human part of it, like that we are. That's what we can get to be as a human. That we are humans, and it made it good. And he was able to do the stuff for the Father, but it was with
like
his
humanism.
ways. Yeah.
It don't sound. It's not truth. In other words, you're right about that. It's not truth, and it's like,
yeah,
what? That's what the world is today. The Trinitarians, Bathians, and all that. They're not accepting Yahusha, that he and the Father are one. In other words, there's a veil over his eyes.
Yes.
He hasn't gotten the knowledge yet. Sort of like Paul, when he was gotten the orders to go and try to kill all the Yahudim who believed in the resurrection and in Yahusha, until Yahuwah shined that light and brought him into his light and opened his eyes. He couldn't see.
Yeah. There's been a lot of videos coming out about those people, the women that were taken and the children that are taken. It's very sad and eye-opening. I mean, I knew it, but I didn't know even just how much it is. I've been praying about them, that they get enlightened and come to the Father. Because right now they're praying to the opposite, but their voice is out there for a reason.
Sister Roslyn, when them people are actually crying out saying, Yahusha is not Yahuwah, usually because Yahuwah is working in them, and they're questioning themselves, and they're trying to validate what they believed, but it's not true. So they're crying out, trying to convince everybody of something that's not true. And this is like the proof that Yahuwah's his word is working in them, because they're starting to question themselves. They're like, man, what's going on here? So they're trying to validate themselves outwardly, but inwardly they're being Yahuwah's working in them, so they
want to be the savior. Actually, that's how also it can be, that they want to be the savior to show everybody that that's false, that Yahuwah is Yahusha.
Well, in their heart they're condemned. They realize that Yahuwah is Yahusha, and it's impossible for them to be two separate, and there's plenty of hints all throughout the living words, and it's really Yahuwah working on them, but they're crying outwardly because they don't want to be wrong. Nobody wants to be wrong. Everybody wants to be right,
Yeah.
Hey, June. What's that? Oh, what's that?
Hey, how does she like it?
Oh, we've been through it a few times now.
Oh, good.
He's teaching me now, once again.
I think, I really think she'd do well with the one for older children. She's I mean, she's filled with ruach. So I think she would do well. I think she would enjoy the stories. I really do.
Yahuwah is upon her. Let me tell you,
Yes.
man. She really is. It's really nice to see, a generation children coming up in Yahuwah instead of being like snatched. She's in Yahuwah. Like Yahuwah's already took her into his hand, and she lifts up her hands and praises Yahuwah. She's learning her prayers. She's got her commands down. She understands the commands. Like sometimes, hey, did you take a piece of bread without asking? No. And then I'll be like, we'll go to number 9. I'll be like, don't lie. Don't bear false witness. Don't be lying. And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So we're bringing these commands to realization for her. You know what I mean? Instead of just being them commands upon commands upon commands, we're showing her the life, how these commands work in life. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Did you take your toy from your brother? Do not steal. You know what I mean? And I just once in a while I'll slip that in there so she understands that this is good, because she knows, like, she'll be like, the everlasting covenant teaches us how to do good. Okay, but what's good? She's at that part where it's like, what's good, what's wrong, what's right, what's wrong. She's teetering back and forth. So I'm just trying to yank her over to the good and show her, like, this is the light, this is the darkness, this is good, this is wrong. So when I see if I can get her, and she's a kid, I'm not hard on her, but I want her to see that the commands teach. You know what I mean? They're not just commands upon commands upon commands. They're actually a way of life.
That's what I've been telling June. That's
It's just a big teaser.
June.
Sounds like you're doing a great job, Chance. I know I put up with this all the time. But, that you're teaching her how to live with Yahuwah in her heart. She's got Yahusha in her heart, but teaching her too how to deal with that flesh and the world around her. So that's really good. That sounds good.
And what really got her the other day? I could see her mind working in this. Yahuwah was definitely with me. I said, when we're praying, I tell her Palal, and I said, this ain't a conversation or for outwardly. You talk to Yahuwah inside your body. And she looked at me like this. She's like, what? And I said, it's a conversation with Yahuwah. She's like, in my body? I said, absolutely. Because she kind of like, her prayers seem to be trying to impress me. She likes to impress her dad. Oh, I know my prayer. But I said, listen, honey, this is for you to learn, for you to be with Yahuwah. You're talking to Yahuwah. You're having a conversation with Yahuwah. Teaching her how to give thanks, how to give praise, ask for guidance, to be counseled. You know what I mean? She's only 5. Me, I want to unload everything into her, but she is, man, is she coming? I'm really, my little boy, Yahuwah. He's not even 2 years old. He's already doing it. So I'm just, that's just more than I could ever ask for right there. It's the fruit of the womb, at its highest, just wow. But this book is really great. She really likes it. We've been through it a few times. I don't know if I should get that other one yet. She's got me going on this one pretty heavy. And I think I need to get some more for some of the adults around me too. You know what I mean?
Well, the older ones, they're real good for adults. And
yeah, they are.
I was even looking at the 12 sons of Yaqub this morning, and I went over there and grabbed the book that I wrote to look them up. I said, I just got to get these in order here. So I thought that was weird. But anyway, it's a good study help. It's a good reminder. So, and I just tried to go through this, just through the word and put the story exactly or as close to as possible in hopefully the eyes of a child where it could be understood and then, easy for them. So kind of like just an easy story for them to go through. And without all the, I guess you noticed, without all the typical religious pictures that you find in all the other books. So the main thing,
you're in such a great spot right now, Akuti, because the kids are the most vulnerable. They are the most vulnerable. They're going to believe whatever you tell them. And what does Yahusha say? It is better that you tie a weight around your neck and drop into the ocean than you make one of these little ones stumble, because, we're continuously told in our living words of Yahuwah to teach your children the way of good. And there's not you got a lot of these religious books out there where it's just like, but it's not on anything. They're growing up already crooked. They're growing up crooked, and they're being groomed for the beast system. If you think about it, if you want to get on a high level right there, them little children books are grooming them for the beast system, along with the public schools. Work and follow this religion, completely groomed into the beast system. That's just how it goes. It keeps it rolling, so I see it for what it is. And this book is really great for them, especially for her, because she likes it. She, the one where oh, we really get into that one. He said, let light come to be, and I go shoot up in the sky, and she's like, freaking let light come to be. It separated the darkness.
So precious.
Getting all off into and I go fling my finger up the page, and the Ruach comes on me, and I'm like, light came to be. Hallelujah. She's like, light? Yahuwah's light. And I said, yes, he is. And she's eating it all. It's really good. It's really beautiful to see. Man, it is just something else to be seen here, So I thank you for that. Is really Baruch that you came out and put something out there for the children, because I think they get overlooked often. You know what I mean? Children get out, just grow up, hurry up and grow up, and then we'll talk to you then. But it's not about, it's about the journey, the in between. It's not about growing up. It's what you're learning, the lessons through that. And if I can tell you right now, I didn't have that guidance. I was taught nothing of Yahuwah when I was a kid. Not a single thing. Not a single thing. But Yahuwah's had his hand upon me my whole life. There is no way I would have survived what I've gone through. No way. Yahuwah definitely carried me through this stuff, so hallelujah, But thinking back, when it says futility and falsehood, it's not from my mother and father. It's from their mother and father and their mother and fathers and their mother and fathers. So this is a generational beating. We got handed off, and just got in each generation. You know what I mean? If you don't change that, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. You know what I mean? Somebody's got to repair this break. Reconnect back to Yahuwah and change. Somebody's got to be strong enough to connect that again and refix that break, because we're separated. We're separated, and it's not that Yahuwah's ear is too far away to hear, and his hand is not too short to save, but our crookedness and our evil is what separates us, So I don't know. Thank you for that book. It's really good. I'm gonna have to get into the other one.
Well, that's just all esteem to Yahusha. Like I said, I really felt like, we're all used for different. He's the head, and we're all parts of the body. And I really feel like my gift is in the hands, because he wakes me up, and then I just sit down, and then he I sit down with the scriptures, and he just gives me that. I can't do that on my own. I do not have that ability to do that on my own. So he does that. But so the next one, though, that he's already given me to start up for the second on that is the commandments. So that's what the next one's going to be.
That's really good too. I was just reading through Uyakra 19 this morning, where it says, "Be Kadash, for I am Kadash." That's really good because it starts to break down the in-betweens of the commands. You know what I mean? Idolatry, you know what I mean? The sexual immorality, the stealing, not taking advantage of your people, not putting stumbling blocks in front of people. It starts to really get into the finer details of things. To be Kadash to Yahuwah is this Kadash behavior, you know, to really be, this is what makes you a light. Everybody else is, you know, we're in obedience to Yahuwah. So and what is the Torah is the light. So if you're obeying the light, you are a light. You know what I mean? So it's just like really, that'll be a good one. Oh yeah.
June, I would like to say that those pictures in your book are just wonderful. They're so different. Very good.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Like I said, I just did not want to go the religious route. And I just wanted the kids to be able to concentrate more on the words instead of the photos. You know, give them something bright and colorful to look at, and then give them the word. So I think that's beautiful. But all praise to Yahusha.
And thank you, Phyllis. I ordered a Vahetian leather BYNV that it's an order that went out to Arizona. Thank you for sending that out.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah, it's a sister I found on doing the videos that I do. She came and she's just got a phone and a couple apps, and I said we got to talking about translations and stuff. So you know, I just ended up getting her one and sending it. But I thank you. You guys got it out within a day. So thank you. That's pretty good. You guys are on it over there. Woo!
Sometimes we're two on it. I mean, we've had times where we'll fill the order, and then the customer will call back and say, "I made a mistake." Too late.
Yeah, it's already out. Yep.
Psych. You know, I got a whole new found respect for authors, especially working on this next book I'm writing. Man, I mean, it is brutal. This drains you. So yeah, I've got a really a newfound respect for authors. I don't know how people can do it. What a draining process it is. I never realized the energy and the everything that goes into all that, you know, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning or not even being able to sleep right until 5:30, getting up, get back up at noon, doing it again. I mean, it just like, wow, you know. So yeah, keeps you beat up. No wonder there's not a whole lot of people that do it. And then you look at all those words, you know, it's like, what? I typed all that. That's insane. So, hey, my next book is getting real close to 400 pages, man. And Yahuwah just keeps pouring it on. And the amazing part, really, is as I go through it and expand on the rough draft, Yahuwah's teaching me more new stuff every all through it. Some of it I'm writing down, some of them I'm not, but it's like, what? You know, I mean, mind blowing stuff, you know. Yeah, I'll share one with you if you want me to. You guys want me to share it with you? Something he gave me new? Huh? Okay, so hang on a minute. Hang on, I gotta find my reading glasses. Hold on. I found them. Speedy had them. Yeah, Speedy hiding them. Couldn't believe it. Anyway, all right. So I'm going to show you what he showed me. He showed me a lot. I'm not going to ruin the book, but look at Zechariah 13 real quick. And so, we've talked about, Yahuwah being omnipotent and omnipotent and omniscient and all that. And that everything is predetermined or predestined, right? And so he reveals to me that in the beginning, before anything was created, he had an election, and he elected all those that would be with him, including the spiritual beings, the Malachim, the angels, included in that, not just humans. And so he said there was a set number, right? Because if he's made a list, an election of who he's going to have in the eternal reign with him, then he knows the exact number, correct? Wouldn't he? All right. Hang on, let me let Talitha in here. There, Talitha, you're coming in twice. This other one's no good. Just dead up here. Must be. Hang on a minute. Yeah. Whoops. I'll help you. Let me get rid of that. There you go. Okay. All right. So everybody follow along with me? There's
Sorry,
a set
actually,
amount.
the other one was Oz. I'm not with him right now. I'm at my mom's.
I can't hear you.
Sorry. I just kicked Oz off. Can you hear me, Talitha?
I can't hear.
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm sure he'll sign back in when he's there.
Yeah, I just kicked Oz off. Yeah, Phyllis is gone. All right. So anyway, now who fell off? This rain, and we're having a thunderstorm. It might be a problem too. I don't know. This StreamYard's been kind of weird lately. They're doing a lot of different things, so I don't think they know what they're doing yet. That's who it was, Roz. And Oz, I booted you, brother. You have to come back, man.
When you brought Talitha on, you lost me. I couldn't hear anything.
I got lost too. After you left, I got lost. And so that's why I had to leave and come back too. So is something going on with,
Must be StreamYard.
StreamYard's, they're in the process of redoing some stuff, and they probably don't have it right yet. But and then we're having a thunderstorm too, so that may be helping contribute to it, but I don't know. Who else? Oh, Oz. Maybe I booted Oz. All right. Everybody check their mics. And y'all do you want me to continue on telling you about this, or do you? Okay, so anyway, he did an election then before he created a thing, then he knows exactly how many people's on his written in his book, right? Everybody agree with that? Okay, so he brings up the Zechariah 13, and he shows me in here, he says, read Zechariah 13. So I did, and it says, and It shall be throughout all the soil, declares Yahuwah, that 2/3 therein are cut off and die, and 1/3 is left. Or I'm sorry, 2/3 is cut off and 1/3 is left. So we're all familiar with that one, right? At least we should be. And so then he says, go to Revelation. So I went over to Revelation. And by the way, don't miss next week's study. So I went over to Revelations. And it says, let's see. Let me find it now. That's not it. Why's that slipping from my mind? Okay, it's over here somewhere. Hang on a minute. Let me find it. Yeah. Revelations 12. And let me see. Okay. So I'll go to Revelations 12:4. And it says, and his tail, this is why they think the devil has a tail, right? And his tail draws 1/3 of the stars of the heaven, which are the Malachim, right? The angels, and throws them to the Arets. See that? And so he says he's maintaining his election through, because after the resurrection, after we get into the eternal reign, there's not going to be any male and female. Okay. So all his beings will be one. All right. And so the 2/3 of mankind is going to be cut off and die. 1/3 is going to be kept and they're going to be refined. Right. Well, the messengers are the opposite. 2/3 are going to be kept and 1/3 is going to be destroyed. So the 1/3 of the humanity is going to be added to the 2/3 of the angels, and then he's going to maintain his list, will be full and completed with the exact beings that are going to be on his eternal reign. So he's going to maintain the number. That's how he's going to do it. Y'all following along with that? I blew my mind, Mom. I guess you had to be there, but it was really mind blowing. It goes deeper than that, but that's scratching the surface. Pretty crazy, huh? All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. We're in Numbers, starting a new study. Numbers is a lot of fun. It's a fun book. It basically is like a transitional book, if you will. It's the 4th book of the Torah. It's kind of transitional in that it takes the chaos of coming out of slavery and all the craziness that was going on, and they begins to organize everything. Okay, they begin to be an organized nation led by Yahuwah, and they begin to organize and militarize and getting ready for battle, to go be led into battle to fight against Yahuwah's enemies and all this other stuff. So they become a militarized, organized nation instead of a scattered, crazy, chaotic bunch of people that escaped slavery. Okay. So that's what Numbers does. He begins to organize the camp. And then he centralizes it among himself. So it becomes the central focus point of the nation, so that the whole nation is to focus on him. And that's why he puts everything surrounding him and puts himself in the middle. Okay, so it's an interesting book. We should have a lot of fun with this one. You won't believe the stuff Yahuwah's revealing to me right in that book, man. It's a shocker. It's still blowing my mind, some of it. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Who wants to start reading that? Jim, go ahead.
These genealogies, they love us. Okay, so this is Bamidbar, Numbers, chapter 1. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe in the wilderness of Sinai in the tent of meeting on the first yom of the second moon in the second year after they had come out of the land of Mitzrayim, saying, take a census of all the congregation of the children of Israel, by their clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, every male, head by head, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army in Israel. Number them by their divisions, you and Aharon. And a man from every tribe should be with you, each one the head of his father's house. And these are the names of the men who stand with you. From Reuben, Alitzur, son of Shedeur. From Shimeon, Shelumiel, son of Zurishaddai. From Yehuda, Nachshon, son of Aminadab. From Yikashar, Nathaniel, son of Zur. From Zebulun, Eliab, son of Kelon. From the sons of Yusuf, from Ephraim, Elishama, son of Ammihud. And from Manasseh, Gamaliel, son of Pedashur. From Benjamin, Abidan, son of Gideoni. From Dan, Achiezer, son of Ammishaddai. From Asher, Pagiel, son of Okron. From Gad, Alasaph, son of Duel. From Naphtali, Akira, son of Enon. These are the ones called from the congregation, leaders of their fathers' tribes, heads of the thousands of Israel. And Moshe and Aharon took these men who were called by name, and they called all the assembly together on the first yom of the second moon. And they declared their ancestry by clans, by their fathers' houses, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, each one head by head. As Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so he registered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Israel's firstborn, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, every male head by head, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army. Those who were registered of the tribe of Reuben were 46,500. From the children of Shimeon, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, of those who were registered according to the number of names, every male head by head, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Shimeon were 59,300. From the children of God, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of God, were 45,650. From the children of Yehudah, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Yehudah, were 74,600. From the children of Issachar, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Issachar, were 54,400. From the children of Zebulun, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Zebulun, were 57,400. From the sons of Yusuf, the children of Ephraim, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Ephraim, were 40,500. From the children of Manasseh, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Manasseh, were 32,200. From the children of Benjamin, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Benjamin, were 35,400. From the children of Dan, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Dan, were 62,700. From the children of Asher, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Asher, were 41,500. From the children of Naphtali, their genealogies by their clans, by their father's house, according to the number of names, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army, those who were registered of the tribe of Naphtali, were 53,400. These were those registered, who Musha and Aharon registered with the leaders of Israel, 12 men, each one for his father's house. And all those that were registered of the children of Israel by their father's houses, from 20 years old and above, everyone going out to the army in Israel. All those that were registered were 603,550. But the Luim were not registered among them by their father's tribe, because Yahuwah had spoken to Musha, saying, only the tribe of Luah you do not register, nor take a census of them among the children of Israel. Instead, appoint the Luim over the Mishkan of the witness, over all its furnishings, and over all that belongs to it. They bear the Mishkan and all its furnishings, and they attend to it and camp around the Mishkan. And when the Mishkan is to go forward, the Luim take it down. And when the Mishkan is to be set up, the Luim set it up. And the stranger who comes near is put to death. And the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, everyone by his own camp, everyone by his own banner, according to their divisions. but let the Lewim camp around the Mishkan of the witness, so that there be no wrath on the congregation of the children of Israel. And the Lewim shall guard the duty of the Mishkan of the witness. And the children of Israel did according to all that Yahuwah commanded Moshe, so they did.
All right. Well, June, thank you. That was a lot of reading. Yeah, you're getting better and better at that. We'll have to keep you in mind as we continue through here. Okay, so this chapter here, you may want to mark this down. It marks the transition from Israel as a group of escaped slaves to an organized, disciplined nation preparing for war under Yahuwah's command. That's what that's all about. That's why he did the census. A lot of people say, well, censuses are illegal. Why did he do it? That's why. Okay. Now, this is interesting. I don't know how many of you caught it, but there is an absence of a tribe. And what tribe is it? And it's a trick question. I'll admit it. But you have to be on your toes to get it. So there's 12 clans that are, or tribes that are counted here. But there's 2 missing that's not counted. Who are they? Specifically one. Roz?
Dan, because Manasseh took over his.
Dan's listed.
Okay.
And verse 39, Dan. Those who registered of the tribe of Dan were 62,700.
Okay.
Phyllis?
Well, it said the Lewim were not listed.
That's one of them.
And
So
Joseph, because his was split into 2.
Oh, very good. Excellent. Okay, that's it. So there's the absence of the Levites because they were Yahuwah's chosen, and they took over the position of the firstborn, remember, in Exodus. And so he removed them from military service. And so they were conscientious objectors, right? They didn't have to fight the war. And so these will be the first conscientious objectors in history right there. And then that's where they get that from, basically. And then there was an absence of Joseph because Joseph was split between his 2 grandsons who became his sons and equal with their uncles and were able to inherit the land. So Joseph was split into Manasseh and Ephraim. Okay, and they're both here as well, right? So Ephraim is in verse 33, and then we find Manasseh listed in verse 35, and no Joseph. See what I'm saying, man? This is huge knowledge as we move on into Ezekiel and then on into Revelations. When Dan isn't counted and this and that and all this stuff, you got to put all this together to understand what's happening. This is the beginning. It's huge to understand that sometimes Joseph is represented, and then sometimes Ephraim and Manasseh represents Joseph. That's huge. Who's the biggest tribe?
Yehuda.
Yehuda. Who's the smallest tribe?
Menashe, 32,200.
That surprised me. I thought Benjamin was, but they're not. Yeah. So Manasseh was actually smaller than Benjamin, but that changes. But at this particular time, when they're just starting out, Manasseh was smaller. But that does change. This is just the beginning. Okay. So the Levites, why did they get a pass? They didn't have to perform military maneuvers and stuff. What was up with that? Why the Levites get out of that? What's the exclusion of the Levites all about? Anybody know? Y'all know. I just told you. You have to know. Sandra?
Is it because they were separated to be attendees to the priest?
Yeah.
And they don't receive an inheritance.
Yeah. Right. So
Yahuwah
they took
is their inheritance.
Yeah, they took over the position of the firstborn, and they were set apart to care for the tabernacle. All right. And so as you see here, at least right here, that they're excluded. They're not counted as one of the tribes. Later on, that changes. Okay. So these are little things, but they're important to catch because it helps you further understand scriptures and identify when somebody's telling you something that they don't know what they're talking about. So you don't have to buy into it because you have the knowledge you need to escape that delusion. It's like your inner being, your spirit man. When he doesn't have the knowledge of truth, to escape the power of the flesh, he's left in a dormant type position. But once he gains the knowledge of the truth, then he becomes powerful enough to escape the flesh, the ruling of the flesh. Same thing. Go ahead, Sandra.
So could you repeat your overall summarization that you said that this marks the difference of Israel coming from slavery to becoming an independent military?
Well, this chapter marks the transition from Israel as a group of escaped slaves to an organized, disciplined nation preparing for war under Yahuwah's command, under his banner. See up here in 52 where it says, and the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, everyone by his own camp, everyone by his own banner, according to their divisions. This is military talk. But okay, so this would be like a battalion flag or a brigade flag versus a national flag of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? Yahuwah's banner. So they're all under Yahuwah's banner, but they all have their own divisional or tribal banners.
I can't say it. Transition a group of escaped slaves to what?
It marks a transition from Israel as a group of escaped slaves. Is what they were.
Okay. To a
organized,
Organized.
disciplined nation, organized, disciplined nation, preparing for war.
Prepare for war. Thank you.
Under Yahuwah's command. What you doing, girl? Hmm? Did you eat breakfast?
Well, not yet.
Not yet?
It's cooking.
Okay. All right. So this is the transition that we're seeing here now.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
So, up to this point, it's all been about, preparing and learning and training and getting, him getting everybody attuned to him, attentive to him and focused on him, and now that's happened, here they're starting to organize the camps, organize the nation. They're beginning to set up posts. They're beginning to come to bring it all together now and being organized rather than chaotic, just a chaotic mess, Okay, so there's a total number here of 603,550 that were registered for military service. Okay, this isn't the number of the Israelites. These are just those who were registered for military service. Okay, these are all men, 20 years older, probably between 20 and 60, I would say. And some of the 60-year-olds were probably excluded because they weren't strong enough, But if they were strong enough, they would be included. If they weren't strong enough, they would probably assign cooks or some other type of assignment within the military structure. But these are registered military servicemen. So if there was 603,550 registered military men under Yahuwah's command, how many people do you think actually were there? Total, including women, children, old people, babies, all that kind of stuff. How many do you think were there based on that number of military registered? What would you think? What would be likely would be over 2 million people in this camp. Based on that number. 2 million. Think about that, man. I don't know if you've all ever seen a throng of 1 million people or not, but I have. And I can't even imagine doubling that and moving that amount of people in an organized manner. It's just mind-blowing. Yeah, anybody ever seen a military? I mean, a throng of people, at least 1 million or over, assembled together? Anybody ever seen that before? I have. It's amazing. It's an amazing sight. It really is. And this would have been about 2 million. All right. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 1? Everybody with me on what's going on here and where they're at this point? See how this is clearing things up. A lot of people, if they don't study like this, like we have been doing, they get this all confused. Somehow, this is all mixed up with the children of Israel going into the promised land, and they listen to that, and they don't even know what's going on. Man, they just started out. Now they're just getting organized. So it really helps putting it all together, doesn't it? The study like this, so you can see what's happening. It takes a lot of the chaos and confusion out of the scriptures and away from falsehood. So they haven't even crossed the Jordan yet. See what I mean? They haven't even crossed the Jordan yet. A lot of people don't get that. Some reason it's all mixed up in their mind. Okay, so not only are the children of Israel becoming registered and organized group as a nation, our minds are becoming organized as understanding the Torah, because we're putting it all in proper order, chronological order, seeing what's going on through each book, each step of the way. So it's helping us too. So organizing the Torah in our minds. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, who wants to read chapter 2 then? Sandra, go ahead, man.
Bamidbar, Numbers, chapter 2, verse 1. Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aharon, saying, the children of Israel are to camp each one by his own banner, beside the sign of his father's house. Let them camp around the tent of meeting at a distance, and on the east side towards sunrise, those of the banner of the camp of Yehuda camp according to their divisions. And the leader of the children of Yehuda, Nachshon, son of Aminadab, and his army with their registered ones, 74,600. And around next to, and those camping next to him is the tribe of Yissaschar, and the leader of the children of Yissaschar, Nathanael, son of Suer, and his army with its registered ones, 54,500. Then the tribe of Zebulun, and the leader of the children of Zebulun, Eliab, son of Caleb, and his army with its registered ones, 57,400. All registered ones of the camp of Yehuda, according to their divisions, 186,400. Though these depart first. On the south side, the banner of the camp of Reuben, according to their divisions, and the leader of the children of Reuben, Elisur, son of Shedeur, and his army with its registered ones, 46,500. And those who camped next to him, the tribe of Shimeon, leader of the children of Shimeon, Shelumiel, son of Sur Shaddai, and his army with their registered ones, 59,300. Then the tribe of God and their leader, and the leader of the children of God, Al Yasa, son of Reuel, and his army with their registered ones, 45,650. All the registered ones of the camp of Reuben, according to their divisions, 150,450. And they are the second to depart. And the tent of meeting, the camp of the Lewim, shall move out in the middle of the camps as they camp. So they move out, everyone in his place by their banners. On the west side, the banner of the camp of Ephraim, according to their divisions, and the leader of the children of Ephraim, Elishama, son of Amihud, and his army with their registered ones, 40,500. And next to him, the tribe of Manasseh, and the leader of the children of Manasseh, Gamliel, son of Padashah, and his army with their registered ones, 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, and the leader of the children of Benjamin, Abidan, son of Gideoni, and his army with their registered ones, 35,400. All the registered ones of the camp of Ephraim, according to their divisions, 108,100. And they are the third to depart. On the north side, the banner of the camp of Dan, according to their division, and the leader of the children of Dan, Achiezer, son of Amishadai, and his army with their registered ones, 62,700. And those who camped next to him, and the tribe of Asher, and the leader of the children of Asher, Pagiel, son of Akron, and his army with their registered ones, 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, the leader of the children of Naphtali, Achir, son of Anon, and his army with their registered ones, 53,400. All the registered ones of the camp of Dan, 157,600. They depart last with their banners. And these were registered ones of the children of Yeshua by their fathers' houses, all who were registered according to their divisions of the camp, 603,550. But the Levim were not registered among the children of Yeshua, as Yahuwah commanded Musha, and the children of Yeshua did according to all that Yahuwah commanded Musha. So they camped by their banners, and so they departed, each one by his clan, according to their father's house.
All right, thanks, Sandra. Okay, so this goes on and continues to organize. And this chapter 2 here is outlines Yahuwah's instructions for orderly arrangement of the 12 tribes. And they are commanded to camp surrounding the tabernacle. And he assigned specific locations for each tribe. And they must focus on divine organization and unity. And they have to place their specific banner in front of their tribe. And so if any of you have ever been in the military or watch movies of the military, you can see how well organized the military is. And so you can see this is still military strategy and organization going on here. But what do you think that this chapter tells us about Yahuwah's character? What is it telling us? Is it telling us he's a warmonger? Or is it telling us something else about Yahuwah's character, personality? Ross?
Organized. He's not haphazard at all.
Yeah, what else?
He knows everything of how he's going to set it up beforehand. It's already pre-done.
Yeah. So he's the opposite of chaos and confusion, isn't he? And so he's an Elohim of order and peace, not of confusion and disorder. You ever hear the old cliche, cleanliness is next to Elohimness? This is why. Think about Yahuwah, everything's about cleanliness and purification, isn't it? What made the corruption, the stain that we live in? Was it Yahuwah? Well, theoretically it was, but what really caused it to come about? Unfortunately, we don't have a visual of what happened before the fall, do we? But we can kind of put the pieces together and come up with a little bit of insight here on that. And we can say, go ahead, Talita.
Disobedience.
Right. And, basically, men, when men made everything a mess. There's some people that are extremely clean, and then there's some people that look like they live in a garbage dump, and so we see both sides of the coin. We see the good and we see the evil, or light and darkness, right? Or order and peace and chaos and confusion, or disorder. Both sides of the fence. All right. This depends on what side of the fence you're standing on, I guess. So to me, this is huge in the way that it helps us to understand Yahuwah, and tells us a lot about his character. Now, let me see. I'm going to try to do Speedy's most favorite thing in the world here and do a share screen with y'all. If I can find it. Hang on. I always have trouble finding these maps for some reason. Let's see. I know they're here somewhere. Let's see. Where did I stick them things at? Sometimes I can find them real easy, and sometimes
Brother
I
Mark,
can't.
is this like an example of Yahuwah's way versus man's way?
Yeah.
That's what I kind of get out of it.
Yeah, me too. I'd say so. All right, so there we go. I'm trying to find a good one here. This is help us here understand something. This one here, maybe. No, this one here. I'll probably use this one. Okay. Hang on. Let me share screen this. Share screen. Share screen. I know Phyllis likes share screening, don't you, Phyllis? Huh? Yeah, you and Speedy got that in common. All right, here we go. All right, so looking at this map, somebody tell me, when Yahuwah instructed that every tribe must camp under a specific banner and in a specific layout, what was she doing? What can we relate that to? Why did he tell them certain tribes to go north and others to go west, others to go east and south, and around the encampment of the tabernacle? Why did he put them in those positions? Roz?
That's going to be how it is in Revelation with the gates.
You mean in Ezekiel? You talking about the Millennium Temple? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes. And what else?
I'm not sure.
Well, I got it right in front of your eyeballs. It's where they're going to be going into the promised land.
Okay.
So look what east. So he's got he's telling Dan, which is here, but now they're up here. Or they're here, but then they moved up here. And he knew that in advance, didn't he? Because he tells Dan, and he tells Asher, and he tells Naphtali to go north, to camp on the north side of the tabernacle. Look at that. And then he tells Reuben, and he tells Asher, and not Asher, Simon, and he tells God to head south and camp on the south side of the tabernacle. And then he tells Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin to go on the west side of the tabernacle. And then he tells Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun to go to the east and face the rising sun. So Judah, Issachar is down in here, part of Judah, the southern end, and then
so he's actually covering north, south, east, and west. The news.
That's the promised land, isn't he? So with that knowledge, where's the tabernacle on this map? Where's tabernacle? The tabernacle is surrounded on all four sides by three tribes, and the tabernacle is where Yahuwah is. So he's in center of all the tribes. He becomes the center of their life. Where are they at on this map? Where's the tabernacle?
Isn't the tabernacle here in Jerusalem?
In Jerusalem. Jerusalem is the tabernacle. So look how the mind blowing. I mean, this was way before they didn't even cross the Jordan yet. Yahushua already knows where they're going when they get there, where all the tribes are going. He already knows where the tabernacle is going to be. So yeah, it's laid out just like the map, Lord, like she said, in Ezekiel's temple, on the different sides of the temple. You know, where you have the pearly gates, each gate, not the pearly gates, but each gate representing each tribe on the Millennium Temple. On the east and south, west and north, he maintains this organization here. Isn't that amazing? Before they even crossed the Jordan, he knew where they were going. That's why he set the camp up like that. Everybody following along? Bet y'all didn't know that, did you? How many people knew that? That's what I figured. All right.
He declared the end in the beginning of his organization.
Is that predestination or what? Come on. Come on. That proves Yahuwah knows what's going on, man. And it proves that they're going to do exactly what he wants them to do. Because he organized, he made it that way. He knew where they were going. They couldn't have changed it if they wanted to. Joe.
What I liked about it, Mark, was that everybody's accounted for. There's not going to be any of this, well, I didn't know, I wasn't included, all this and that, but everybody is accounted for.
That's a good point. That's a real good point. Yeah, and Yahuwah knows who are his. He knows who are going to be numbered in his eternal reign. He knows who's going to be thrown in the lake of fire. He knows who's going to be cut off. He knows who's going to be refined. He knows who's going to be tried as gold is tried. He knows who's going to be refined as the silver is refined. He knows who the gold treasure possessions are. He knows who his silver treasure possessions are. He knows who the common treasure possessions are that are going to be thrown in the trash can and flushed, cut off. He knows everything. So if he knows everything, then we're serving a very, very mighty Elohim. And we better have some fear in our friggin' brains and hearts of him. We better not just take him for granted. He knows it all. He created it all. And everything's happening the way he determined it to happen. And to say anything less is weakening him. So you'll never see me say that man has authority over you, the decisions of this creation. You got to be out your mind to even talk like that. Go ahead, Sandra.
Just a quick question. So basically, by him knowing all this, that means that he has formed us for all of these purposes. In other words, we've been formed by him. That's how he knows it, because that's what he has designed us for.
That's right.
And if we obey him and do like he says, then we'll end up in those directions that as being described here.
Ain't it hard to wrap your mind around that Yahuwah determined what you were going to do today when you got out of bed? He already knew. Did he know or did he not know? If he knew, that means you don't have free will. Some say, oh, no, that's just foreknowledge. Foreknowledge is what he used to create. And therefore, he created it to happen that way. I don't know, man. I wonder sometimes what Elohim people serve, because sometimes I wonder if they're serving the same Elohim that I'm serving. Sometimes it don't seem like they are. I don't know. So what's the symbolism in here, y'all? What's the symbolism in this organization, this camp that he's making here?
Unity and oneness with him. Say that again, Brother Mark. Foreknowledge is what he used to create. I like that statement. Tell me that statement again. Foreknowledge is what he used to create.
Well, like I said, when you say that he determined what you're going to do, a lot of people try to say that that's foreknowledge, that that's not predetermination. That's just foreknowledge. And I say, yeah, he uses foreknowledge to when he determined how he was going to create it, how he's going to do it.
To create.
So he uses foreknowledge to determine what you were going to do today. I mean, it's common sense, really. I can't hear you, Sandra.
Does that mean he used foreknowledge to establish his will through us? Is that what it's talking about? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, you can say it that way. Go ahead, Ross.
Is it kind of setting up the body?
Yes.
The way that it.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's all about the end game. You know, it's not we're just in the process game. It's like what's going on here. We see the beginning, and we see the process going on through here. Okay, now it's getting into organization and all this other stuff until the end game, right? They become the nation. Same thing. We're in the process right now. The end game is the eternal reign, yeah. The body being one with Yahuwah in the end. You know, at the end, in the eternal reign, Yahuwah is going to be one with one name. He's going to be all in all. We're all going to be a part of Yahuwah. We're going to go back into being, we're going to be with him as him. One is one with him. That's what's going to happen. See, he wanted to multiply himself and make himself greater. And this is how the plan he came up with to do it. And so we're just living through the process. And so through the process, the byproducts and the dross and the impurities have to be eliminated. It can't go. It's got to be destroyed. He couldn't create without the opposition coming along with it. Then he's got to get rid of it. Because he can't have any darkness in him. None. No, not even a shadow. Not even a hint of it. It's got to be eliminated. It's the only way he could multiply himself. It's a hard one to wrap your mind around, isn't it? So let's get back to my question here. What's the symbolization of all this? What is it chapter 2. So the setup or the organization of this camp, what does it symbolize? Think about it. You go ahead, Phyllis.
That Yahuwah and his temple is to be the center of everyone's lives.
Yes. Yeah, it's Yahuwah's desire to dwell among his people and be the center of their life, be everything for them or to them. So this is the necessary order of things for Yahuwah to be the center focus point. Right? And the Levites, who are going to be the priests, with possession directly around the tabernacle, and the rest of the tribes taking their place where he told them to go. Isn't it amazing that he put Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun to facing the rising sun, facing the east? Think about that. So it's definitely expressing or emphasizing Yahuwah's character as being orderly and peaceful, not chaotic and confusion and disorder. He's not an Elohim of that, and so it was to be well organized and centered on the tabernacle or Yahuwah's presence, is what it really is, and to reflect Yahuwah's order, that he's all of order and not in all of confusion. Okay, that's what's happening so far here. Any thoughts, comments, or questions at this point? Sandra, go ahead.
I was wondering, in addition to what Sister Phyllis said, is it basically just saying his reign? This is his reign. He's reigning.
Yeah, you can say it that way.
It's basically how he reigns. Because in the reason I was thinking that in the 8,000 millennium reign it talks about in Revelation, he's gonna be, all of us will be in him and he be in us. He'll be our light and our everything. That's what provoked that thought to me.
Yeah, there's not going to be any sea because you're not going to need water. There's not going to be any seas. There's not going to be any sun and moon because you're not going to need light. Why? Because he's going to be everything. He's going to be your living water. He's going to be your light. He's going to be everything to you, man. You don't need
all
nothing.
in all, through all in the power.
You're not going to need none of that. He's even going to be your house and your temple, and the lamb will be your lamp. You won't need nothing. In other words, he's going to be everything. He's going to be all in all. That's what he's going to be. See, his whole plan is to multiply himself, to grow himself, to expand himself. And he can't expand himself when he's pure, perfect love with no darkness. If he brings dross and impurities, byproducts into him, he'll contaminate himself. That's got to go before he can bring it in and be all in all. It's a master mind. This is a masterpiece he's creating to multiply himself, to grow himself, expand himself. That's what's going on here. He's going to bring it all together in the end. Wow, doesn't it? Now you see what I was talking about with the 1/3 of men joining the 2/3 of the messengers to become all in all with Yahuwah. So he'll be him magnify himself and his righteousness through a certain number. It's why the new city is a cube, and its width and its length and its height are equal. That's why. That's why Scripture says the new city is his bride. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Who wants to read 3? Joe, go, man.
And these are the generations of Aaron and Musha when Yahuwah spoke with Musha on Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron, Naboth, the firstborn, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the appointed priest, whom he established to act as priest. And Nadab and Abihu had died before Yahuwah when they brought strange fire before Yahuwah in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. So Eleazar and Ithamar acted as priests in the presence of Aaron, their father. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, bring the tribe of Levi near, and set them before Aaron the priest, and they shall serve him, and shall guard his duty and the duty of all the congregation before the tent of meeting, to do the service of mission. And they shall guard all the furnishings of the tent of meeting, and the duty of the children of Israel, to do the service of Mishkan. And you shall give to Luim, to Aaron and his sons. They are the given ones, given to him from among the children of Israel. And appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall guard their priesthood. And the stranger who comes near shall be put to death. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, now look, I myself have taken the Luim from among the children of Israel, instead of every firstborn who opens the womb among the children of Israel. And the Lumine shall be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. On the Yom that I struck all the firstborn in the land of Mitzrayim, I set apart to myself all the firstborn in Israel, in both man and beast. They are mine. I am Yahuwah. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, register the children of Levi by their fathers' houses, by their clans. Register every male from a month old and above. So Musha registered them according to the word of Yahuwah, as he had been commanded. And these were the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, Gahath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their clans, Libni and Shimei. And the sons of Gerahath by their clans, Amram and Yitzhar, Cabron, and Uzziah. And the sons of Merari by their clans, Malai and Mushi. These are the clans of the Lum by their fathers' houses. From Gershon came the clan of the Libnites and the clan of Shimeites. These were the clans of Gershonites. Their registered ones, according to the number of all the males from a month old and above, their registered ones were 7,500. The clans of the Gershonites were the camp westward, behind the Mishkan, and the leader of the father's house of the Gershonites, Aliphaz, and son of Leah. And the duty of the children of Geshron in the tent of meetings was the Mishkan, and the tent with its covering, and the covering of the door of the tent of meeting, and the screens of the courtyard, and the covering of the door of the courtyard, which is around the Mishkan, and the altar, and their cords according to all its service. And from Gahath came the clan of Ammonites, and the clan of Yeshurites, and the clan of Kebronites, and the clan of the Uzzanites. These were the clans of the Kohathites. In number, all the males from a month old and above were 8,600, guarding the duty of the set apart place. The clans of the children of Gahath were to camp on the south side of the Mishkan. And the leader of the father's house of the clans of the Kohathites was Elisaphan and the son of Uzziel. And their duty was the ark, and the table, and the lampstand, and the altars, and the utensils of the set-apart place used in the service, and the covering, and all its service. And Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, was to be chief over the leaders of the Luman, with oversight of those who guard the duty of the set-apart place. From Merari came the clan of the Machlites and the clan of Musites. These were the clans of Merari, and the number of the registered ones, all of the males from a month old and above, were 6,200. And the leader of the father's house of the clans of Merari was Suriel, son of Ablakiah. These were to camp on the north side of the Mishkan. And the appointed duty of the children of Merari was the boards of the Mishkan, and its bars, and its columns, and its sockets, and its utensils, and all its service, and the columns of the courtyard all around, and their sockets, and their pegs, and their cords. And those who were to camp before the Mishkan on the east, before the tent of meeting, were of Musha and Aaron and his sons, gathering the duty of the set-apart place, guarding the duty of the set-apart place, and the duty of the children of Israel. But the stranger who came near was to be put to death. All the registered ones of the Luman, whom Musha and Aaron registered at the command of Yahuwah by their clans, all the males from a month old and above were 22,000. And Yahuwah said to Musha, register all the firstborn males of the children of Israel from a month old and above, and take the number of their names. And you shall take the Luman for me. I am Yahuwah, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the livestock of the Luman, instead of all the firstborn among the livestock of the children of Israel. And Musha registered all the firstborn among the children of Israel, as Yahuwah had commanded him. And all the firstborn males, by the number of names, from 1 month old and above of their registered ones, were 22,273. And Yahuwah spoke to Musha, saying, take the Luim instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the livestock of the Luim instead of their livestock, and the Luim shall be mine. I am Yahuwah. And for the ransom of the 273 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, you are more than the number of the Luim. You shall take 5 shekels for each one, head by head. Take it by the shekel of the set apart place, the shekel of 20 gerahs. And you shall give the silver, the ransom of those who are in excess among them, to Aaron and his sons. And Musha took the ransom silver from those who were over and above those who were ransomed by the Luim. From the firstborn of the children of Israel, he took the silver, 1,365 pieces, according to the shekel of the set apart place. And Musha gave their ransom silver to Aaron and his sons, according to the word of Yahuwah, as Yahuwah had commanded Musha.
All right, thanks, Joe. All right, so this is a very little bit hard to get. Does everybody understanding what the redemption of the firstborn means in this chapter? What does it mean, Phyllis?
Because of the Passover, Yahuwah said that every firstborn male is to be his or ransomed.
Yes, it goes back to the Passover. So remember when the firstborn lost their status as being Yahuwah's chosen to serve him. Remember that happened at the gold calf incident, right? But prior to that, the firstborn at the Passover were all spared of the Hebrew. All right, so they didn't die like the firstborn of Egypt did, right? And so the firstborn, since they didn't die, and he saved them from death with that 10th plague, then they would belong to him because he saved their life. Well, they lost that at the golden calf incident. Okay, and so they were replaced by the tribe that killed them, and that was the Levites. And so the Levites took over as Yahuwah's people, his chosen priests, if you will, his chosen tribe. Okay, so what's happening here then is this is a buyback. And so since there were more firstborn Israelites than Levites, 273 more, they had to be bought back from their tribes. So their tribes had to buy them back because to take them from Yahuwah, either that or Yahuwah could have just destroyed them, done what he wanted to because they belonged to him. And so the requirement was 5 shekels each, which came out to 1,365 pieces. It's about 4.5 ounces of pure silver is what a shekel is, somewhere around that. You could just say 5 ounces of pure silver. That's what a shekel is. All right, so they had to buy them back so they would come back and join the tribe and not be under, Yahuwah ownership. And so the pieces to buy those tribe members back was given to Aaron and the Levites. Everybody understanding that? I mean, is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on it? I know that can be a little bit confusing there, but Yahuwah takes the tribe of the Levites to his own to serve in place of the firstborn of the Israelite families. So they would have came from all the tribes. The firstborn of all the tribes would have belonged to him. All right. Yeah. Notice that even in the Levite tribe, there's different families, right? And so they got them, it's like broke down here, these roles and responsibilities kind of broke down to 3 different families, if you will, or houses. They're given different jobs, basically. So the Kohathites, wherever the Kohathites, what's their responsibility? What was given to them? The Kohathites, the Gershonites, and the Merarites, Miri, whatever they call it here. What was the different responsibilities of these? And then out of all the Levites, then the different families were given their roles and the responsibilities. But then there was priests. There had to be priests. The ones that were going to serve as priests had to come out of there as well, right? So Aaron and his sons are the ones who are supposed to establish the priests who would be the priest and serve in the office of priest out of all of the Levites, right? So the Levites, descendants of the Levites, were Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. and they were assigned to assist the priests. So they were given roles and responsibilities to do that. All right, everybody following along. So what's that? What was the responsibilities of those within the Levite group? So they were assistants to the priests. So then, go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, they were assigned to take apart and put back up the Mishkan when they moved.
Yeah, and to care for it, certain parts of it, right, while they were camped. So the Kohathites, how you say that, they were responsible to care for the sanctuary's most set apart items, and that would have been, the Ark of the Covenant, the menorah, table showbread, that kind of stuff. And then the Gershonites were responsible for the curtains and the coverings and the hangings. And then the Mariites were responsible for the framework, the pillars, the structural components, the skeletal structure of the tabernacle, if you will. All right. So the census of the Levites came out to what? 222,000 males over a month old. And then the Israelites came out to 22,273. And the number of the firstborn of the Israelites. And so they exceeded the number of the Levites by 273. So times 5, it gives you 1,365 pieces to buy back or to redeem the firstborn, back into, to absorb them back into their tribes, to relieve them of their ownership of Yahuwah, actually. Everybody following along? I know it's a little bit strange. Go ahead, Chandra.
So I had a clarification regarding that buyback. It sounded like it's okay. It sounded like he's appointing them their job duties, each one, and that buyback provides income for Aaron. It looks like it provides him some kind of income. Those shekels, he end up with some kind of income there going on there.
Yeah, I mean, according to Yahuwah, they're supposed to give the ransom silver to Aaron and his sons.
Yeah, so that gave them some kind of like income, look like.
I guess it was income. Yeah, I mean, I don't to put into the temple treasury. I don't know what they were supposed to use it for, but he's definitely told them to give it to him. So look, what?
So you can't be lazy. You got to work.
All right. So what? Since you brought that up, what does it signify? What's the necessity here, really? I mean, it sounds kind of silly, doesn't it, in a way, that they would need income, but because they're given everything. So what would be the necessity of a ransom price to secure the release of the firstborn from 100% ownership of Yahuwah, because they were his, because he spared them during Passover? What's the significance, man? So was the silver buyback, the money was given to Aaron and his sons. Okay. So they would take the money for Yahuwah. Okay. So that those firstborn could be released 100%, because there was one Levite for each firstborn, but then there was an excess of firstborn. So you said, that 273 is still mine. So you're going to have to buy them back if you want them. Buy them back. I'll let you buy them back. Give me 5 shekels for each one. See, so that was what's going on here. All right. But what was the necessity of this? Going, well, I mean, why? What was
Is it so that the workman provided is provided income for is worthy of his hire? In other words, they're going to be providing for the poor, the fatherless, and the widows. So they got to have something to give and help others with. I don't know.
well,
I kind of was thinking that, but I might be wrong.
every firstborn that wasn't replaced by a Levite had to be bought back. Go ahead, Ross.
Is it kind of keeping the purity of the Levite tribe? The purity of the ones going to be with the Father Yahuwah? I mean, everybody is part of Yahuwah, but he's keeping that bloodline to himself. That's what's coming up in my mind.
That's a really good point you're trying to bring up there.
Uh-huh.
It does show that Yahuwah's redemption is personal and specific for each individual, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
We're all responsible for, each individual is responsible for his own deliverance. And in that way, you're hitting on something really good there, and that's true. But not quite what I was asking, but really great point. Go ahead, Talitha.
So would they maybe be like part of the head of the body?
Yes, absolutely. So this would be it would be a foreshadow of Yahusha, the head. Yeah, exactly. So the event is a type or foreshadow of Yahusha, where a specific ransom is being paid to secure freedom. And this points to the ultimate incorruptible ransom of the blood of Mashiach. Doesn't it? Yeah. Good, Talita. That's good, man. All right. Okay. So that's what's going on here. Now, the Israelites today, they still do this. When there's a firstborn in Israel born, they have coins for them. Actually, they give 5 shekels to whatever organization over there for the price of that firstborn as it's born. And so they even have, I showed you guys, remember the 5 coins that they give when a child's born over there. So they still practice this redemption buyback over in Israel today. And the government even gives them 5 coins to do it. Go ahead, Ross. I'll see if I can find that picture for you.
It's also leading us back to knowing that there's only one, and that's Yahuwah, because he's the ultimate head of everything.
Yeah.
So it's another time of proving.
What was the price in shekels of Yahusha? What was he paid? What was the buyback on him?
It's 30
pieces of silver, man. Well, what's the price of a deliverer? That nuts. Let me see. Okay, hang on a sec. I'm going to try to share screen something with you here if I can. Hang on just a minute. Let me get these maps off of here and try to find it. Hang on, talk now. I don't know. I can't find it now for some reason. I don't know why. It should be right here. Well, maybe I just, well. It's just so weird. It should be just right here. Oh, Speedy must have did it to me. Oh, here it is. I found it. Y'all think I'm nuts. All right, here we go. See, here it is. So the government mints these for this very purpose. So when a child's born, they can buy this and they can pay the ransom to buy back that child so they can take it home because it belongs to Yahuwah. So they still practice this in the government. They assist them by selling them these 5 shekels of silver to give back. So it even continues today. All right, everybody understanding this now? I know this is kind of the hard one for most people to get it, but do we need to go back and revisit Exodus? Everybody good? All right. I'll take your word for it. Who wants to read chapter 4? Where you at, Oz? Where you at, man?
Me, I'm at home.
You home?
Yeah.
Oh, where's Talita?
Oh, she's at her mom's.
Oh, okay. How far away?
She went to Toronto.
How far?
It's like 2.5 hours away.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys doing all right?
Yeah. But her mom was, she was a little bit lonely.
Okay.
So.
Bring her home with you.
She doesn't want. The house is cold. She doesn't like to come in the winter here.
I hear you.
Yeah, that's okay. They like their comforts. I understand. The kitchen is a bit cold. The house in itself is not, but the kitchen area is. So it's an old farmhouse. So,
yeah. You look like you're all right. You're in the short sleeve shirt there.
Oh yeah, it's hot in here. I put a fire. Very hot. I overloaded it. No, also temperature drop. Everything's melting right now.
It won't be much longer now.
I know, right?
Summer will be back.
Oh, it's crazy.
All right, cool. Jason, where you going, man? All right. All right. I think everybody's caught up here. Who wants to go into 4?
I'll read it.
Go ahead, bro.
And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying, "Take a census of the sons of Kehat from among the children of Levi by their clans, by their father's house. For 30 years old and above, even to 50 years old, all who enter the service to do the work in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the sons of Kenath in the tent of meeting, the most set apart things. At the breaking of camp, Aaron and his sons shall come, and they shall take down the covering veil of cover the ark of the witness with it, and shall put on it a covering of fine leather. I spread over that an all blue wrapper, and shall insert its poles, and on the table of showbread they shall spread a blue wrapper, and shall put on its dishes, and the ladles, and the bowls, and the jars of pouring, and the showbread on it. And they shall spread over them a scarlet wrapper, and cover the same with a covering fine leather, and shall insert its bowls, and shall take a blue wrapper, and cover the lampstand of the light with its lamps, and its naphers, and its trays, and all its oil vessels which they serve it. They shall put it, with all its utensils, in a covering of fine leather, and put it on a bar. And over the golden altar they shall spread a blue wrapper, and cover it with a covering of fine leather, and shall insert its poles, and shall take all the utensils of service with which they serve in the set apart place, and shall put them in a blue wrapper, cover them with a covering of fine leather, and put them on a bar, and shall remove the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple wrapper over it, and shall put on it all its utensils by which they serve there, the fire holders, the forks and the shovels, and the basins and all the utensils of the altar, and shall spread on it a covering of fine leather, and insert its poles. And when Aaron and his sons have finished covering the set apart objects, and all the furnishings of the set apart place at the breaking of camp, then the sons of Kehat shall come to lift them, but let them not to touch that which is set apart, lest they die. These matters are the burden of the sons of Kehat in the tent of meeting. And the oversight of Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, is the oil for the light and the sweet incense, and the daily grain offering and the anointing oil, and the oversight of all the dwelling place, and all that it is in it, with the set apart place and the furnishings. Yahuwah spoke to Moshe and to Aaron, saying, Do not cut off the tribe of the clans of the Kehatites from among the living, but do this to them, and they shall live, and not die when they approach the most set apart objects. Aaron and his sons shall go in, and appoint each of them to his service and his burden. They are not, however, to go in to watch while the set apart objects are being covered, lest they die. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Take a census also of the sons of Gershon, by their father's house, by their clans. Register them, from 30 years old and above, even to 50 years old, all who enter to perform the service, to do the service in the tent of meeting. This is the service of the clans of the Geroshonites, in serving and in bearing burdens. And they shall bear the curtains of the Mishkan and the tent of meeting with its covering, the covering of fine leather that is on it, the covering of the door of the tent of meeting, and the screens of the courtyard, and the covering of the door of the gate of the courtyard which is around the dwelling place and altar, and their cords and all the equipment for their service and all that it is made for them. So shall they serve. Aaron and his sons are to command all the service of the sons of the Gershonites, and their burden and all their service. And you shall appoint to them all the duty of all their burden. This is the service of the clans of the sons of Gershon in the tent of meeting. And let their duties be under the hand of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. As for the son of Merari, register them by their clans and by their father's house. Register them from 30 years old and above, even to 50 years old, all who enter the service to do the work of the tent of meeting. And this is the duty of their burden according to all their service for the tent of meeting. The boards of the Mishkan and its bars and its columns and its sockets, and the columns around the courtyard with their sockets and their pegs and their cords with all their equipment and all the service, and assign to each by name the equipment of their duty of their burden. This is the service of the clans of the sons of Merari, and all the service for the tent of meeting under the hand of Itzmar, son of Aaron the priest. So Moshe and Aaron and the leaders of the congregation registered the sons of the Kehatites by their clans and by their father's house, from 30 years old and above, even to 50 years old, all who entered the service for work in the tent of meeting. And the registered ones by their clans were 2,750. These were the registered ones of the clans of the Kehatites, all those serving in the tent of meeting, whom Musha and Aaron registered according to the command of Yahuwah by the hand of Musha. And those registered ones of the sons of Gershon, by their clans and by their father's house, from 30 years old and above, even to 50 years old, all who entered the service for work in the tent of meeting. The registered ones by their clans, by their father's house, were 2,630. These were the registered ones of the clans of the sons of Gershon, of all who served in the tent of meeting, whom Moshe and Aaron registered according to the command of Yahuwah. And those of the clans of the sons of Merari, who were registered by their clans, by their father's house, from 30 years old and above, even to 50 years old, all who entered the service for work in the tent of meeting. The registered ones by their clans were 3,200. These were the registered ones of the clans of the sons of Merari, whom Moshe and Aaron registered according to the command of Yahuwah by the hand of Moshe. All the registered ones of the Luim, whom Moshe and Aaron and the leaders of Israel registered by their clans and by their fathers' houses, from 30 years old and above, even to 50-year-old, all who came to do the work of service and the work of bearing burdens in the tent of meeting. The registered ones were 8,580, according to the command of Yahuwah. They were registered by the hand of Moshe, each according to the service and according to his burden. Those were they registered by him as Yahuwah commanded Moshe.
All right, thanks, Oz. Okay, so this is focusing in more on detail here, isn't it? About we just talked about really giving specific duties and how they were supposed to dismantle, cover up, and transport the tabernacle and all its furniture and utilities and framing and everything. So very interesting, I thought, was in 20, where Aaron and his sons were supposed to go in and cover the objects, but the other ones that were actually in that one family that was supposed to move all that, they weren't allowed to go in and watch, or they would die. Why do you think that is? Why was that necessary? Anybody got any idea? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I don't know, but I've been noticing how many times Yahuwah said, "Don't let a stranger draw near." This is the job of the Lui, and don't let a stranger draw near or he'll die. And so apparently it's getting closer and closer to the set apartness that he's demanding.
Mm-hmm. Ross.
Also, you look at what they did to cover up the gold and the silver to protect it from tarnishing. The same thing that they do with gold and silver like they get for wedding gifts now. And I found that interesting, that it was a tradition that's been held, but it just all goes back to Yahuwah. But their stuff is not sacred like Yahuwah's, but they're using that blue, and the blue represents Yahuwah. And also his, like she said about the set apartness, the fact that they weren't going to be as clean as the Levites would be. That goes for, I guess, maybe any of them, because Levites had to be even extra clean.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's all about purification, keeping everything pure, isn't it? And that's a great point that you just said there. I mean, it's so if one's at a certain level, if they weren't the priest, they weren't as clean as the priest. That's exactly right. And so this really underscores the importance of Yahuwah's set apartness, and keeping everything pure, the purity of everything, and how important it is. Especially obedience and in the perfect order of things here. You want everything to be done exactly the way He said it. And we last week we talked about Aaron's sons being killed because they didn't do exactly what he said, and to respect Yahuwah's set apartness, basically, while being in service of Him, and so I think this shows us the importance of it, and so. How then, with this in mind, and what comes to my mind too is the fact that all that furniture in there that they were covering up, and he didn't want them to see it and all that. It's like what Yahuwah said: nobody can see my face, least you die. And it's kind of like what he was symbolizing here. You go in there and you see these things, you're seeing Yahuwah's face, face to face with Yahuwah, especially when they got into the inner sanctuary, and they would die. And before, if they watch them cover it up, because if you watch them cover something up, you see in the other before they actually do the covering, and that would represent seeing His face, and then they would die because He said they would. So I kind of put that in there too. But I just find it real interesting that the different levels of purity that then everybody had, that each family had a specific job that was less clean, as Roz was saying. And it's kind of weird. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, it's also the thing, like, in that area, like, Yahuwah's presence is there also, right? So to a certain level, and how he can put higher levels or lower levels, but there it's at a stronger level. So the people who have not gone through those purification rituals, or the things that He asked, it would just be too strong. They wouldn't be able to be there.
Yeah, because remember the priests that had to have a bull blood on them or whatever. Remember that? It was different than the other people. They had to go to a higher level of purification, this type of stuff. So yeah, it just kind of shows, how well organized and how perfect in order that Yahuwah wants everything to be. So with all this in mind, how can we take so far what we've learned here, and how does that apply to our lives today, would you say? How could we apply it to our lives? Does it mean something for us, or is this just the Old Testament? Go ahead, Ross.
Well, aren't we all Melchizedek? If we're Melchizedek order, then we should all be as clean as what they are, because we would all be priests in it.
Have we not all went through the purifying process required of priests with the blood of Yahusha? Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
And so are we allowed to go into this inner sanctuary, into the presence of Yahuwah, stand at the foot of His throne?
Yeah. But actually what I'm meaning is that if they don't have the anointing of Yahusha, then they're not purified to be in that. They have to have Yahusha to be able to do it. So those with the JC name, GNL, they're not in the same category as the Yasharalites being with the Father Yahuwah. The name means everything with it, the cleanliness, everything, and the blood of Yahusha.
So is that what Paul was talking about when he was telling them people not to be doing the passing the cup and the blood and all that every day, every time they met? Was that like making the presence of Yahuwah it was like an unclean, they were unclean while in his presence or something? How does that all play out in that? Anybody else have any thought?
Didn't he say that they were drinking it unworthily?
Yeah.
And that's why they had many sick and wounded among them.
And what they were doing, was that orderly? Mm-mm.
No, they were doing it in the flesh.
Yeah, they were chaotic. They were getting drunk on the wine and eating like a bunch of pigs in front of the people who couldn't even afford to buy food and wasn't even offering them anything. So they were being real chaotic, disorderly. And that's not of Yahuwah, is it? And so by taking what we know now and applying to our lives, then we should be orderly. We shouldn't be disorderly. We shouldn't be, chaotic. Our life shouldn't be chaotic. We shouldn't be living unorganized, chaotic lives or running around in chaos and confusion, like little chickens with a head cut off and we don't know what to do. And, being insecure and asking millions of questions to people about Yahuwah and all this kind of stuff and being, have anxiety and stress and all this. We should be living in order and peace as Yahuwah, as he's telling them to do, how he's organizing their lives, putting it all into real nice order, very clean, very pure. This is how you're to behave. You're not supposed to desecrate anything that has to do with me. Keep it set apart, keep it pure. Otherwise, it comes unclean and it becomes an abomination of desolation. I'm gone. See what I mean? So the way we apply this to our lives is to be at peace and in order. So sometimes that takes slowing down a little bit, understanding what we're doing and who we are before we act. So I hope this helps some of us to better be able to keep our lives peaceful and in order, to be a better representative of Yahuwah's set apartness. He's in all of order and peace, not of confusion and disorder. Where does that tell us that sounds familiar to me? Didn't Paul mention that, Sandra?
I think it's somewhere in Corinthians. Is this got anything to do with he gives gifts unto men and he gives everyone a measure?
Yeah, everybody just distributes out different gifts and works of power to different people. Yeah.
Distribution of the Ruach Kadesh. That's in 1 Corinthians 12, and then I'm not sure. I think it's in Romans about he gives gifts unto men.
Yeah, go to 1 Corinthians 4:14.
Okay.
So, in order to, and I'm glad you brought that up too, Sandra, because in order for us to understand this,
I will sing to you, Husha.
Set apart divine order more perfectly, a good place to begin reading is 1 Corinthians 12, 13 and 14 and 15. And it really, really clarifies what we're reading now. But look at 1 Corinthians 14. Hang on a minute. I lost my spot. Excuse me. Yeah, 1 Corinthians. Who's my spot? How did I do that? be, is that 14? Oh, yeah, 33. So 1 Corinthians 14:33 says, for Yahuwah is not of disorder, but of peace, as in all the assemblies of the Kadesh ones. See that? And so if we start reading 12, 13, 14, and 15, we understand how even his works of power and presence, his spiritual gifts are in orderly. They're conducted orderly and peacefully, not crazy. You ever watch some of these assemblies and these guys are in here and they're doing these spiritual gifts and they're running around like going crazy, running around, screaming and sweating and jumping up and down, going nuts? That's not what Yahuwah. Doesn't seem to represent Yahuwah properly to me. It seems to be an outer show to try to convince someone that it's real, and it may be real, but what's the purpose of the outer show? To attract attention to yourself. So you want some of that esteem. Yeah, that's right. I can speak in tongues. I can prophesy, but look at me. Watch me go nuts. So I can get some of that esteem of Yahuwah's. Give me at least 2% of it. Watch me act like a nut. See what I'm saying? So, yeah, even through the spiritual gifts and everything, and even inside the assemblies, Yahuwah gives us order in how we're supposed to behave and how we're supposed to conduct ourselves and what we can expect to happen through the workings of power of the Ruach HaKodesh in us. Okay. Go ahead, Sandra.
That takes me back to Yehukanah, and I think it's in chapter 5 where he said we're supposed to esteem the Father. So this organization is about how to worship him in Ruach and truth, and it's to do it to esteem him, not to demonstrate ourselves, like you were saying.
Yeah,
it's about how we esteem him. It's not about us. We're supposed to be dead with our water immersion.
Yeah, there's two ways of presenting the powers of Yahuwah to other people. One is that they look at you and they say, "Ooh, he's been with Yahusha," or "Wow, look, you can see the works of the power. You can see the power of Yahuwah in that guy." Or they can say, "Man, look at that dude, man. He's going crazy. Look at him jumping down. Yeah, man, look at it. He does that every month." See what I'm saying? So where's the focus? If the focus is on you, if there's focusing on Yahuwah through your gifts, then you're doing it right. If the focus is on you and you're doing the gifts, you're doing something wrong. Now, sometimes you can't help it. And sometimes they need to focus on you because they need you for strength to help them to solidify themselves, their belief. Sometimes you have to allow it. And some, it's like to say, like in Paul or Peter, when people would see them things happening, like his shadow falling on people and they're driving demons and everything, right? And so these people, they would gather around Paul and say good things to him or Peter or whatever, and he would allow it because those people needed to do that to strengthen themselves because they were weak. So they needed to allow that. But on the other hand, if it crosses the line and all of a sudden they're esteeming you like the ones did to Paul when they start calling them, different names of different GODs, then, can't allow that. You got to stop that. So, some people don't need it to esteem you, and some people do, and so you got to be able to discern and what's going on there in order to help the people. Go ahead, Ross.
Sometimes they want to use us as punching bags because they don't understand the spirit of Yahuwah, the Ruach.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Sometimes they want to punch you in your nose, but hey, you know.
Mhm.
Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, when you were talking about people seeking their own esteem, and if we bear the name of Yahuwah and are acting all disorderly, we actually bring his name to ruin, and he bears the pain because we're in his name and we're representing him. And if we're out of line, you know, that pain gets distributed to him. So it's important to be Kadashan behavior, you know, separated to him and putting on that love that he's teaching us. That love never fails. So when we're walking in that love right there, that perfect love that he's teaching us, he's esteemed behind us, you know, in that Kadash behavior.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, you know, our behavior can make him look bad. For sure. It's like your own kid. You know, if your kid goes to school or whatever and gets in a fight or bullies somebody or steals something and they call you in there, you know, that's a reflection on you, you know, makes you look bad because your kid's acting nutty. You know, it's a reflection on the parents for sure. And so since we're his children, you know, our behavior is a reflects on him. Just like it does with our children. So that's a good point. Yeah. We want to honor our parents, not dishonor them by our actions, but honor them with our actions. And that carries over to Yahuwah as well. So very good point. Matter of fact, the fifth commandment tells us we have to do that. Honor your mother and your father with your mouth, but also with your actions. You know, so watch your mouth around them and act. And when you're out in public or around other people, you know, act in a way that honors your parents, even when you're an adult. Go ahead, Chance.
Do you think we could also attach that one to bringing his name to ruin? If we're out here disorderly and acting all crazy and wild parties and all this and this sorts, you're actually, you know, hurting his name because it's called upon you. If you're Yashrael, you're gonna.
Yeah, that can be a stain on his good name. Yes, absolutely. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, so yeah, interesting, isn't it? Let's go back to Numbers. Where are we at now? Did we just finish 5? I think we did.
We finished 4.
We finished 4?
Yes, sir.
All right. All righty then. 3 families of the Levites, 3 main families here. They all have their own role, their own job, their own responsibility, and when they move in the tabernacle. So they do it while it's in place, and then here in 4 we can see their roles and responsibilities in serving while it's being moved, and they're getting ready to move to another location and setting up too. All right. There's no other questions, comments, or thoughts on this. Wants to read 5. Sandra?
I take another turn since everybody's just jumping all over one another. So, Brother Mark, one last question.
Yeah.
You remember it's a scripture in there about the hand can't say that it don't have need for the arm or something like that. I'm kind of paraphrasing. So, in other words, everybody has their appointed duty assigned to them so that there's no schism or division in the body. It's kind of what this is referencing to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, if everybody does their own job, their own responsibility, and everybody does their job, worries about what their task, what they're responsible for, then you don't have to worry about everybody else. Everybody does what they're supposed to do, and it all functions like a fine-tuned machine, don't it?
Yes. And nobody will die.
And nobody would die.
Okay. Bamidbar, Numbers chapter 5, verse 1. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, command the children of Israel to send out of the camp every leper and everyone who has a discharge, and whoever becomes defiled for a beating. Send out both male and female. Send them outside the camp so they do not defile their camps in the midst of which I dwell. And the children of Israel did so, to send them outside the camp, as Yahuwah had spoken to Moshe, so the children of Israel did. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the children of Israel, when a man or an usher commits any sin that men commit in trespass against Yahuwah, and that being is guilty against Yahuwah, and that being is guilty, then they shall confess their sin which they have done, and he shall restore his guilt in its principal, plus 1/5 of it, and give it to whom he has been guilty. But if the man has no relative to restore the guilt to, the guilt which is restored goes to Yahuwah for the priest, in addition to the ram of atonement with which the atonement is made for him. And every contribution of all the Kodesh gifts of the children of Israel, which they bring to the priest, becomes his. And every man's set apart gifts becomes his. Whatever any man gives, the priest becomes his. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, speak to the children of Israel and say to them, when any man's usher turns aside and has committed a trespass against him, and a man has intercourse with her, and it is hidden from the eyes of her husband, and is not concealed that she has defiled herself, and it is concealed that she has defiled herself, and there is no witness against her, nor was she caught, and a ruach of jealousy comes up on him, and he becomes jealous of his Asha who has defiled herself, or a ruach of jealousy comes upon him, and he becomes jealous of his Asha, although she has not defiled herself, then the man shall bring his Asha to the priest, and he shall bring the offering to her, 1/10 of an apple of barley flour. He is not to pour oil on it or to put frankincense on it, because it is a grain offering of jealousy, an offering for remembering, for bringing crookedness to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near and shall make her stand before Yahuwah. And the priest shall set apart water in an earthen vessel, and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the Mishkan, and put it into the water. The priest shall make the Asher stand before Yahuwah, and shall uncover the Asher's head, and put the offering for remembering in her hands, which is the grain offering of jealousy, while the priest holds in his hand the bitter water that brings a curse. The priest shall make her swear and say to the usher, if no man has lain with you, and if you have not turned aside to uncleanness under your husband's authority, be free from this bitter water that brings a curse. But if you have turned aside under your husband's authority, and if you have defiled yourself, and some man other than your husband has lain with you, then the priest shall make the usher swear with the oath of the curse, and he shall say to the usher, Yahuwah make you a curse and an oath among your people. When Yahuwah makes your thigh waste away and your belly swell, and this water that causes the curse shall go into your inward parts and make your belly swell and your thigh waste away. And the usher shall say, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a book and shall wipe them off into the bitter water, and shall make the usher drink the bitter water that brings the curse. And the water that brings the curse shall enter into her to become bitter. And the priest shall take the grain offering of jealousy from the usher's hand, and shall weave the offering before Yahuwah, and bring it to the altar. And the priest shall take a hand filled with the offering as its remembrance offering, and burn it on the altar, and afterward make the usher drink the water. And when he has made her drink the water, then it shall be, if she has defiled herself and has committed a trespass against her husband, that the water that brings the curse shall enter her and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thighs shall waste away. And the usher shall become a curse among her people. But if the usher has not defiled herself and is clean, then she shall be clear and shall conceive children. This is the Torah of jealousy, when an usher turns aside under her husband's authority and defiles herself, or when a ruach of jealousy comes upon a man and he becomes jealous of his usher, then he shall make the usher stand before Yahuwah, and the priest shall do to her all this Torah, and the man shall be clear from crookedness, but the usher bear her crookedness. Ooh.
So this is one of those controversial passages in scripture that we hear about sometimes. And believe it or not, there's some cults out there that still practice this by making women drink certain things, ingredients, to try to prove whether or not they're an adulterer or not. But obviously, you can see that this had one of the ingredients of this was the dirt from underneath the tabernacle, the tent of meeting. And so, since that's not available, then they can't be just whipping up their own little potion and trying to use it in some type of witchcraft ritual, you know. So they're always looking for ways of backing up their wrongness, either through unclean ingredients and different things like that, or whatever. But this was just something that was under the control of the Ruach HaKodesh, and it wasn't a joke. I mean, if it happened, if the woman drank that, and she was affected, that was Yahuwah's will, and that brought out the truth to the husband, and so it would quit driving him crazy, And if she was nothing happened to her, then she was clear, and it says, "Then she shall be clear and shall conceive children," and so she was also blessed with children as well. So people would leave her alone about it. you know. And so the Torah of jealousy is what this is known as. It's pretty wild stuff. Go ahead, Ross.
Was it? I mean, because the Ruach could have actually just told the husband if she had been faithful or not. So was this just to have, everything had to be carnal back then? Was it a carnal way of showing them how, by her physically taking and drinking the stuff, that she had been faithful and either it happened or it didn't happen?
Yeah, I think it was probably to so it was kind of like Mary, he didn't have to come through the womb of a virgin, he could have just appeared on the planet and said, here I am, I'm the Messiah. But he chose to be born through the womb of a virgin woman as a sign to mankind that it was the Messiah. That's just what he wanted to do. This is just the way he wanted to do it, man. I don't know the mind of Yahuwah. I can't tell you why he wanted them to go through this ritual, but he did.
It's probably
and it worked, but it does underline the need for moral and ritual and sexual purity. To maintain the covenant with Yahuwah. It's part of what they had to do, so we can see it that way as well. And so, we got to remember, we have our end of the bargain that we have to uphold too.
Yeah.
Things that we have to do to uphold that covenant as well as Yahuwah, And so this was just part of that, It's
a way
definitely
to also show his magnificence with everything.
Yeah, it's like because even like the serpent on the pole, right? Why did he have to have them put a bronze serpent on the pole? So if they got snake bit, they had to go look up at this serpent and they would be healed. Why didn't he just heal them? So yeah. See what I'm saying? So there was some type of action that he required in order to maintain the covenant with him by man. And this was just some of that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Just obedience, to train them to be obedient.
Yeah, it could have something to do with obedience. It could also be, preventing private violent vengeance by the husband. If he's insanely crazy with jealousy, then who knows what you do to the woman, and you try to beat her half to death to make her confess that she had the affair. Well, by the time he's beat her almost to death, she's going to admit doing it, so he stop beating her. But that doesn't work either, because usually then he gets even madder and he does beat her to death. So maybe this was to prevent that. Humans are weird. We're kind of animalistic in a way sometimes. Yeah, you ever stop and look around your house and you see how sophisticated humans are compared to the other animals? We have books, we have nice things and creation, all the stuff we made, but yet we have these beastly animalistic tendencies as well. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I kind of see this as a type of Yahuwah's jealousy for Israel more than it is between the men, because we're his bride, and he's letting them know that, in other words, this physical action here lets you know whether or not the unfaithfulness has been committed or not, is the process. But it's more or less, I'm seeing it as Yahuwah saying he has become jealous of Yisrael. He's become jealous of her for going to different, after she got into the land, after he had given all of this, she got into the land, she became unfaithful to him. She broke the covenant, the everlasting covenant. And what's that commandment about in verse Shemo 20? he says, but I, Yahuwah, your Elohim, am a jealous all, visiting the crookedness of the fathers on the children to the third and the fourth generations to those who hate me. So there, when you hate him, you disobey him. You break that covenant. So that's kind of what I'm seeing out of this. This is more or less, like remember he told Hosea to marry the harlot because she had become unfaithful to her. Israel had become unfaithful to him. And then I think it's in Yirmiyahu chapter 3 about the bill of divorcement that he gave her. I'm kind of seeing this is sort of like a type of that.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know.
Yeah, but, there's a lot of things that, that goes under that category as, well, Yahuwah could have done this. Why does it happen? Does it have to happen this way? And we don't have the answers for that. But like you said, it's almost all the time it can be taken back to purity and then to Yahusha for how, in some way, shape, or form. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Ross.
After, in between me saying it and then Sandra starting to say it, I had gotten an epiphany about the same thing that she said. So I believe that's it. A foreshadow being it.
I can believe that. It usually goes right back to, like I said, purity, and then to Yahusha, man. That's the trail that we can usually take it all the way back every time on everything, is the reason for things that sometimes we don't understand at first glance. But then once we understand it as being a type or foreshadow, then the doors, the lights start coming on. We can understand better then why. Remember, as we have always said, there's always a literal side and a spiritual side to almost everything, and a lot of times the answers lie in the spiritual interpretation more than the literal. And sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes we can get more understanding out of the literal than we can the spiritual. Will help us understand the spiritual. So they kind of work hand in hand. But we always have to strive to understand the literal meaning first, and then we can understand the spiritual. But not 100%, but most of the time. Go ahead, Sandra.
So it's kind of like it's the scripture that said we have to prove everything. And then if you don't have any witnesses, this is the process on how to prove that this has happened when there was no witnesses there for this situation. We have to prove everything.
Well, yeah, you just joggle my mind here. How about let's put ourselves in the woman's position instead of the man, okay? Let's say we're a woman and we're innocent, and our husband's driving us absolutely crazy with jealousy, thinking we had an affair with Joe Black down there in tent number 6, right? And we're like, look, we didn't do that. I didn't have no affair with that guy. Stop that. And he just driving her crazy, accusing her. Okay, so she gets into the tent of meeting, right? And here that priest mixes that potion, says, this is going to make your thighs wither if you lying, gal. It's going to give you a curse, gal. You're going to drink this now. Well, you know what I would do? I couldn't grab it fast. I'd grab it over his hand. I can't drink it no more. I told you I wasn't doing nothing, dummy. See what I mean? Put yourself in her position, man. I mean, I'd be chugging that potion, boy. If I was an innocent woman, I couldn't take that anymore, So it helped the woman too. It got her out of that misery. And like I said, who knows what the guy was doing to her in private? If he was that crazy, jealousy. Go ahead, Chance.
Yeah, it speaks to me like the hardness of our heart. You know what I mean? And it's like two people can't come together and resolve this matter. And there's like Yahuwah's trying to remove that hardness of the heart and build up some trust. And like there's a whole lot going there. Because that if the Asha was guilty, putting herself in her shoes, would you want to go drink this potion?
That's the whole point.
You are going to conceal this matter immediately before you put that in your body. Forgive me. I do not want to put that into my body and be barren and lose my belly swell. And this. So this is like, you know what I mean? Yahuwah is, that what comes to me is Shaloma. When the two women, the one fell asleep on her baby and the baby died, and she went and took the other baby. And they're like, this is my baby. No, it's my baby. No, it's my baby. No, it's my baby. And Shalomo was like, all right, divide the baby in half and you each can have it. And then the woman that said, all right, just have the child. Shalomo said, that's her baby. Give it to her. And everybody marveled at his wisdom because a mother's going to defend her child by any means, So that woman, she got her child back by just that. Like, look, all right, like just like you were just saying, she went ahead and drank that potion because she didn't want to hear it anymore.
Yeah.
Right that, yeah.
And like you say, I wonder how many women that were guilty, said, okay, I don't want to drink that stuff, man. I'm guilty. I'll admit it. I mean, I wonder how many times that happened too. Probably a lot. Knowing what was going to happen to them, and they knew they were guilty, they probably didn't drink it. They probably just admitted it at that point. So it helped a lot in a lot of ways. It forced truth. But go ahead, Ross.
That thing that Chance was talking about with Shaloma, the one that stole the baby represented something, and the one that didn't, that told the truth, and that was her baby, that one represented something. So that one represented Yahuwah, the other one represented Satan.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 5? So this chapter underlines the need for moral, ritual, and sexual purity to maintain the covenant of Yahuwah. Okay. So that was the need for it. Okay, I'm going to keep moving here. We ain't been on here that long. We're clicking along here at a pretty good rate. I need somebody special to read this special chapter. Chapter 6 is a very special chapter. So I need somebody who's very special to read this chapter. Jan?
I can read. I don't know about being very special,
She's
but I can
special to me.
read.
All right, I want you to read over to the end of 21, 1 through 21, and stop. Okay? And everybody pay real close attention here. This is very important here. You got to get this one.
All right, chapter 6. And Yahuwah spoke to Musa, saying, speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, when a man or Asha does separate by making a vow of a Nazir to be separate to Yahuwah, he separates himself from wine and strong drink. He drinks neither vinegar of wine nor vinegar of strong drink, neither does he drink any grape juice, nor eat grapes or raisins. All the yeomen of his separation he does not eat, whatever is made of the grapevine, from seed to skin. All the yeomen of the vow of his separation, a razor does not come upon his head, until the yeomen are completed, for which he does separate himself to Yahuwah. He is Kodesh. He shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow long. All the yomim of his separation to Yahuwah, he does not go near a dead body. He does not make himself unclean for his father or for his mother, for his brother or his sister, when they die, because his separation to Elohim is on his head. All the yomim of his separation, he is Kodesh to Yahuwah. And when anyone dies beside him in an instant, suddenly, and he has defiled the head of his separation, then he shall shave his head on the yom of his cleansing. On the seventh yom, he shaves it. And on the eighth yom, he brings 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest to the door of the tent of meeting. And the priest shall prepare one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering, and shall make atonement for him, because he sinned by reason of the dead body. And he shall set apart his head on that yom, and shall separate to Yahuwah the yomim of his separation, and shall bring a male lamb, a year old, as a guilt offering. But the former yomim are not counted, because his separation was defiled. And this is the Torah of the Nazir. When the yomim of his separation are completed, he is brought to the door of the tent of meeting, and he shall bring his offering to Yahuwah. 1 male lamb, a year old, a perfect one, as a burnt offering, and 1 ewe lamb, a year old, a perfect one, as a sin offering, and 1 ram, a perfect one, as a peace offering, and a basket of unleavened bread cakes of fine flour mixed with oil, and unleavened thin cakes anointed with oil, and their grain offering with their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before Yahuwah and prepare his sin offering and his burnt offering. And he shall prepare the ram as a peace offering to Yahuwah, together with a basket of unleavened bread. And the priest shall prepare its grain offering and its drink offering. And the Nazir shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tent of meeting, and shall take the hair from the head of his separation, and shall put it on the fire, which is under the slaughtering of the peace offering. And the priest shall take the boiled shoulder of the ram, and 1 unleavened cake from the basket, and 1 unleavened thin cake, and put them upon the hands of the Nazir after he has shaved his hair of separation. Then the priest shall wave them, a wave offering before Yahuwah. It is set apart for the priest, besides the breast of the wave offering, and besides the thigh of contribution. And afterwards the Nazir shall drink wine. This is the Torah of the Nazir, who vows to Yahuwah the offering for his separation. And besides that, whatever else his hand is able to provide, according to the vow which he takes, so he shall do according to the Torah of his separation.
All right. Thanks, June. All right, man. So this says a lot, really. So who is this? What is this? Is this does this mean a Natsarim, or what is it? Is this talking about a Natsarim? We're talking about it. There's a difference between the Natsarim and this. What this is? What is it? What's the difference? Ross?
It's a vow till something is done. So you do it, you take that vow until that thing that you're supposed to do it till, sometimes it's a short time, sometimes it's a long time. And it just depends on when it is that you do whatever it is for Yahuwah. That's basically what it is.
And who? Go ahead, Chance.
It seems to be like a vow of separation to be you and Yahuwah alone, and you're separated from humanity, if you will, and it's a separation. It's a very getting close to Yahuwah, where you're vowing your separation to Yahuwah, and there's stipulations and things behind this vow, that you got to follow through with very closely.
Some people do it for
Go ahead,
as
Phyllis.
long.
Let Phyllis go.
Maybe Roz was going to answer my question. What is the motivation to take the Nazir vow?
Oh, okay.
I've done it before. And it's for, I've known people, both male and female, that have taken it. And there was one that had been, that he took the vow. And then once he did what it was he was supposed to do, was a proclamation or something. I don't remember at this point. But then he stopped. And he cut his hair at that point. So. But yes, it is a separation to the Father. You do, like Scripture says.
Who was the most famous Nassar in Scriptures? Sandra, you got your hand up, girl? Go ahead.
I was just going to say what I think it was somebody, Chance, you said vow of separation is what a Nazir vow is. It doesn't have a specific time factor for what you're vowing for, but you're vowing to be separate, which means like Yehukanan, the immerser, he was under the Nazir vow because he came to announce the lesser light. I mean, the greater light. He came to announce the great. And another one that was on this Nazir vow was, what's his name?
Samson.
He had his eyes put out.
Samson,
yeah. Shimshon.
Yeah, Samson was probably the most famous one that I can think of.
Yeah,
but,
he was under a Nazir vow.
Did he actually take the vow?
He didn't take the vow. His mother was under that vow on his behalf for her to bring him forth, because he was going to be a judge. Samson was considered a judge during the time of the judges.
Right.
And he was going to be raised up to come against the Philistines, because they had put Israel under bondage at that time. But he was he's the most famous.
Yeah,
but I think Yehukanan the Immerser was under Nazir vow too, because his mother was told not to drink any wine or anything.
Yeah,
and then he would be filled with the Ruach Kadesh from birth,
even in the womb.
Even in the womb.
That's right. That's a good point. I think you're right. Go ahead, Ross.
What about Hannah? Because she gave her child to
she gave Shamiel, but he wasn't under a vow.
But she was. She had prayed and prayed and prayed.
She just prayed to give him unto Yahuwah for in the entirety of his life, but he wasn't under the Nazir vow. That's the difference.
So who's the vow? Who can take this Netzer vow?
Man or woman.
A man or a woman, right? Yeah.
And the difference between that, a Natsar is branch, guardian, and the Nazir is one under vow of separation. That's what the difference in the two words are.
Yeah. So this vow was usually a sign of self-denial. Okay. It was similar to fasting, but it was self-denial in a way that for the sake of spiritual focus on Yahuwah instead of the world. So I'm saying. So it was mostly because of that, and you can almost kind of similar. You always remember these bald monks that was running around and making a vow not to talk and stuff. Remember them guys? Kind of like that. It was a vow of denying themselves and focusing more on spiritual matters of Yahuwah. And it was also as a desire to protect and get Yahuwah's protection and his divine leadership to the people through you, to use you, in other words, as to protect and bless. Okay. Now,
did it put him in? Did it put the person in his presence? Also, is why it was a separation. It's like being in his presence.
Well, that was the whole idea. Was to deny yourself, to separate yourself, self-denial to the point where your whole life was spiritual focus. Okay. And so, in other words, so saying Samson's case, where his mom made that vow, was for a divine desire to protect and bless the people through that Natsar vow that she placed on her son. And that's why he became a judge and a defender of Israel, because he was under that vow. See, so it was similar, but it's just slightly different, but it fell under the same category. And yes, anybody could do it. But this was a vow that if you took this vow, boy, you better be serious. And it could be for one day, it could be for your rest of your life. I mean, there was no time on it. But if you went under it, then you had to come out of it. Okay, you couldn't just say, it wasn't good enough to say, okay, I'm done. I did what I said. No, you had to go through this whole thing with animal sacrifices, and it tells you how to get out of it when it's time for your vow to end, what you had to do in order to complete the vow and be separated from the vow, to be removed from it. And you had to go through all these rituals. Okay, you weren't just allowed to say, okay, I'm done. It wasn't, you had to start sacrificing animals, all kinds of stuff here. So it tells us how to come into the vow, what you do, reason, and how to get out of it when your time's over. And like in 12, he'll prepare a ram as a peace offering, together a basket of unleavened bread, and the priest prepare the grain offering and drink offering, just on and on and on, right? Okay, so then this is the Torah of the Natsar, who vows to Yahuwah. See, it's to Yahuwah, the offering for his separation or his self-denial from society, from being a human or whatever. And besides that, whatever else his hand is able to provide. Okay, and so according to the vow which he takes, so he shall do according to the Torah of his separation, which was given here in this chapter. And then that stops it right there, 21. Now, a lot of churches, different sects, for some reason, include 22 to 27 as part of this Nazar vow. It's not. And so here is the importance of us being able to identify when a topic begins and when it ends. So it's not always from, chapter 6, verse 1 all the way to the end. The conversation changed. It was over. The instructions for the Torah of the Natsar ended after verse 21. Beginning in 22 is a whole new conversation. And so this is what we call context. So some chapters start, say, up in verse 27 of chapter 5 and goes and ends doesn't end till fourth chapter of chapter 4, 7:4. See, before it ends. And then it starts anew. And so these divisions injected here, that they call chapters, isn't always accurate. Most of the time, they're not accurate. And so we have to pay close attention so that we can identify the start of a conversation and read it in context so that conversation ends and starts a new context, a new conversation, a new topic. It's not always from the beginning of a chapter to the end of the chapter, from the beginning of that chapter. That's the way it was supposed to be, but guess what? They got it wrong most of the time. So you have to be keen to that, understand that, and read in context until the conversation ends and a new topic begins. Sometimes there can be 4 topics in one chapter, and you can't get them mixed up. You got to understand when the conversation starts and when it begins, and when it ends and when another one begins. It's extremely important to be able to see that and understand that and be able to do it. That's why I'm always saying, in context, it can't mean that because the conversation has not changed yet. See what I mean? And a real good one, this is an excellent example here, okay? Because you can see the conversation begins in 6:1 and ends in 6:21, and the new conversation takes place from 6:22 to 6:27, and then that ends, and now a new conversation begins in 7:1. So it's a good example, but a really great one is in Revelations. Go to Revelations. I like this one. I think this is a really good example of it. Keeping things in context is extremely important. So it's let me find it. I don't know why I'm having trouble scanning through these pages today. Guess my mind somewhere else. Why am I not finding this? All right, hang on a minute. I'll find it. Well, maybe you guys can help me find it. I'm looking for the 2 witnesses. Where's that at? Revelations.
It's 11. It's 11.
11, yeah. Okay, so back up. Let's go there and then go to okay, so we can see where this thing, if we go up here to 2 or verse 11, we'll just say, verse chapter 10. It was see him talking about a messenger coming down, okay, and he's got a little book, and he keeps going. And then all of a sudden he switches to 7 thunders that spoke. Okay. And then he continues down through the 7 thunders and talks about them. And then it switches back to the 7th messenger. See that? So the 7th messenger continues in context, but it's chopped up. Okay. And so he talks about other things as he's continuing on the same context of the 7 thunders or the 7 sounds, trumpets. Okay. And then in 6, in the day of the sounding of the 7th messenger, when he's about to sound, secret of Yahuwah shall be ended. And then he keeps talking and he keeps talking about that little book. So I'm saying, so this is all in context. Give me the little book. Take it and eat it. It's all in context. As sweet as honey in my mouth, but when I had eaten it, my stomach was made better. And then a slight change comes in the conversation, a subtle change. And so you have to really be focused here to see that. And so that in verse 10:10, the conversation in context ends and it subtly begins into a new topic. In 10:11 is where it begins. And he said to me, you have to prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations and tongues and sovereigns. So that's the beginning of a new conversation or topic. See that? Kind of snuck into that one. And then he goes on. And the reed like a messenger rod was given to me, and saying, rise and measure the temple of Yahuwah, the altar, and those worshiping in it. So if he's able to measure a temple, then there has to be a third temple, physical temple on the Temple Mount if he's going to measure it. And then cast out the court, the temple, do not measure it. It has to be given to the nations, and they'll trample it underfoot for 42 months, which is 1,278 days. This is the end of the tribulation year period. And continuing in context, it says, and I shall give to my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, which is, you can see, it's just shy of 3.5 years, clad in sackcloth. These are the 2 olive trees, and he continues in context. So the conversation began in 10:11, and it's continuing through 11:4, and it continues and goes on right down through there, continuing in this conversation of the 3.5 year tribulation period. You see that? So that means that John must be one of the 2 witnesses, because he's telling him at the beginning of the conversation that you're going to have to prophesy again concerning many people, nations, and tongues and sovereigns. And then he starts telling him about the 2 witnesses. So what this is saying is, first he's telling John he's going to be one of them, and then he explains to him, or who he's going to be and what he's going to be doing, because it continues in context. And then see, 3.5 years and 11. And I heard a loud voice come up here, and they went up to heaven, and their enemies saw them. Still talking about them. It's still in context. See what I mean? And it continues on, and then until the end of 13, and then it begins a new conversation again. So in context, that's where it stopped at 11:13. And a new conversation begins in 11:14. And the second woe was past, and see, the third woe is coming speedily. And the 7th messenger sound. Now he's going back to the 7th messenger. You see all those breaks in these chapters? The beginning and the end of each conversation is within these couple of chapters. So we have like at least 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 conversations, a break in one and going back to it, returning back to that conversation. See that? So that's a real good example of why you have to be able to identify the beginning and the end of a conversation in context in scripture, because you can't mix them conversations up because they're not talking about the same thing. So go back over to number 6 now. And so we just read about the Torah of the Natsarim, 6:1 through 6:21. The conversation ends. Okay, now, June, go ahead and finish that chapter.
Okay, verse 22. And Yahuwah spoke to Musa, saying, Speak to Aharon and his sons, saying, This is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
All right. Thanks, June. Okay, so that ends that chapter and also that conversation. So it's a very short conversation in context. Begins in 22 when it says, And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his son, saying, This is how you bless the children of Israel, to say to them. So it's no longer about men and women. See, people, that's why people use this chapter. See, women can say the prayer of blessing because it's in this chapter. That's not true.
He said children. Children could be male or female.
No, that's who they're blessing, not who they're allowed to say it. That's who's being blessed. So up here it says when the man and a woman is separated and making a vow. See, so a man and woman is involved here until it ends. And when that conversation ends, we begin a new conversation in 22. It says tells Moses to speak to Aaron and his sons. It don't say Aaron and his daughters. It says Aaron and his son, saying, This is how you bless the children of Yisrael. Okay, so there's a separation between the priest and the children of Israel. Okay, they're the ones being blessed, not the ones that are allowed to do the blessing. They are the receivers of the blessing, okay, not the givers of the blessing. The priest, Aaron, his sons are the givers of the blessing. So what happens here is through the priest, okay, Yahuwah looks through his fingers. See, when they go like this, Yahuwah is peeking through the lattice, through the fingers of the priest out to the people. And he's the one that's blessing them. That's why they do this. They used to do this, where they'd separate their fingers like that, like Spock does, like Phyllis does. But now, then it went to this, the lattice, which is poetic Hebrew poetry for your fingers. Okay. Let me see. I got this somewhere. Where's that? Song of Songs. Where we want to go. That's just crazy. I hate that when that happens. I think, hopefully, chapter 2 in the Song of Songs. Be page 761. Song of Songs 2:9. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so here we go. Look at 1, 8, and 9, Song of Songs. The voice of my beloved. See, he is coming, leaping on the mountains, skipping on the hills. My beloved is like a gazelle or like a young stag. See, he is standing behind our wall. That's behind the body of the priests. Looking through the windows, peering through the lattice, looking through his eyes, peering through the lattice, which are the fingers. This is speaking of the priestly blessing here. How many people know this is about the courtship between Yahuwah and Israel? Did y'all know that? He's courting you. You know, back in the where my ancestors come from, they call that sparking. He's sparking you. Does everybody see what I'm saying right there?
What's the scripture again? I know it's a Song of Songs, but I never heard the number.
Yeah, number 2, 8, and 9. All right, so
Thank you.
back to Numbers now, 6. 22, well, actually 14 through 26, or 23 through, wait a minute, 24, 25, and 26 is the priestly blessing. Okay, so we have the salutation, we have the priestly blessing, and we have the validation. But a lot of people say it's 22 to 27 is the priestly blessing, but it actually is not. It's just 24, 25, and 26. So that's what's happening here. When they say the priestly blessing, Yahuwah is standing behind the priests. And he's looking through their eyes, through their fingers, which are the lattice, at the people. And then he blesses them. He puts their name. By doing this, the priests are putting his name on the people, and Yahuwah himself blesses them. That's what's going on here. Thoughts, comments, questions about Numbers chapter 6? Everybody see the change in conversation? Everybody see that women are allowed to give the priestly blessing? Is there anybody who disagrees with that?
You know, I was just thinking that it would have been a big thing for a woman to have undertook this vow, because if I'm thinking right, if this is the Torah of the Nazar, then she too would have ended up shaving her head at the end of the vow.
Oh yeah, at the end, yeah.
Yeah. And
yeah.
she wouldn't have had her covering. She would have had to have worn a covering for many years after that for her hair to grow back.
That's right. So that brings up a good point. So when Samson explains this Netzar vow to Delilah, and she betrayed him with promises of love and devotion. And so he explains the ritual to her, and they cut his hair. Why did he lose his strength? Ross?
Because he lost Yahuwah being there with him at that point.
Right. Because he just broke the vow.
Mm-hmm.
And so his blessings was removed because he broke the vow. It was over. So did Samson retake the vow? Did he actually, the first time around, his mother imposed it on him, promised it if he was pregnant that she would force the child to live under the Natsarim vow. Okay, it was broken when he was betrayed by Delilah. Okay, did Samson take the Natsarim vow on his own accord after his hair was cut? What happened?
His hair began to grow back. And then he prayed and asked Yahuwah to strengthen him one more time. If you strengthen me, go with me one more time. And he put his hands up on the two columns and destroyed more Philistines than he had did in his lifetime. He said, if you will, please strengthen me one more time.
Anybody else have any thoughts on that?
So does that mean when his hair began to grow back that the vow began to restore?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's excellent insight.
Okay.
I was just getting ready to say that. And so since it wasn't necessary for him to retake the Nazarite vow, then the regrowth symbolized what? The regrowth of his hair symbolized what? Since he did not have to retake the vow. What could it have symbolized then? Ross?
He had become closer to Yahuwah again.
No.
No?
No. You would never left him. It's spiritual.
Restoration or reconciliation.
Yeah. Yeah. I said, you just said it. What wouldn't you say again? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the regrowth of the hair, since there was no need for him to retake the Nazarite vow. And so the regrowth of his hair symbolized the restoration of the covenant. Didn't it? So the restoration of the covenant in Yahuwah's favor. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Chance?
Just a quick question. I remember reading in some of Paul's writings, he ended up shaving his own head also. There's a, I can't remember what book it is in, but Paul ends up shaving his head. So I'm pretty sure Paul at some point put himself under a Nazir vow. And it seems like most people in these vows, they're separated for a very special purpose. You know, like perhaps they're spending time out in the wilderness, or they're separating themselves from literally humanity and just like building on that relationship with Yahuwah and closeness. Like on a life, my life is with Yahuwah. You know, that's my whole life's Yahuwah. You know, I took this vow this whole time of separation is Yahuwah, you know. And do you know anything about Paul taking that vow?
Yeah, it's in Acts 18:18. So Acts 18:18, Paul shaves his head in because he took a vow. All right, and more than likely, this was likely would mark the completion of the vow. So there must have been a period of special separation to Elohim here, and he was observing, and then the vow, the period of the time ended, and he shaved his head. So 18:18 says. And Paul, having stayed several days more, having taken leave of the brothers, was sailing for Syria. And Priscilla and Aquila were with him, having shaved his hair at Cenchrea, for he had taken a vow. So we can only assume that this vow was the Natsarim vow, because that's what they did. They had to shave their head after the time was elapsed on the vow. And so I would say he was under a Natsarim vow. And this was him getting out of it, doing what he had to do because it ended. Okay. So what you're doing when you take that vow is you're dedicating your life to Yahuwah and enter his service. And you're not doing anything for yourself. Nothing. You're totally dedicating your life to the service of Yahuwah. And you're not allowed to drink any fruit, any grape juice, any wine, nothing to do with grapes. You got to stay totally away from the grapes. Why? What is that symbolic of? No wine, no grape juice. You can't eat grapes. Why? Why is this connected to staying away from the fruit of the vine, a vineyard? Chance?
Just I contemplated this quite a bit. Does it have something to do with the Garden of Eden and eating of the fruit, and that's what separated us from Yahuwah?
No, not that I can say, no.
That, because that one comes on me heavy, brother. Is we ate that fruit we were not supposed to do when we separated ourselves from Yahuwah. You know what I mean? That's what gets me right there, is where I get that.
Well, but the Natsarim vow is separating ourselves from Yahuwah. We're separating ourselves from Israel, from the people. See,
is it the separation from the flesh to the spirit? Because Yahushua said he's the true vine, and he's talking about going on the vow of separation. So we're separating from the flesh from the spirit, because the wines can be representative of teachings, false teachings. So you're separating unto truth and oneness with him.
Okay, who's the vineyard?
Who's the vineyard? We are the vineyard.
Israel's the vineyard, okay? And so when you take this vow, you're vowing to separate yourself from the people and be in full service of Yahuwah. Self-denial, to the point where you're separating yourself from your people and serving Yahuwah for the period of your vow. Look at Isaiah 5. Five 2 down. Let's go from 5:1 down to 10. Go ahead and read that, Chance.
Isaiah 5:2.
5:1 down to 10.
Okay, here I am. Please let me sing to the one I love a song for my loved one regarding his vineyard. My loved one has a vineyard on a fertile hill, and he dug it up and cleared it of its stones and planted it with choicest vine and built a watchtower in the midst, and also made a winepress in it. And he waited for the yielding of grapes, but it only yielded rotten ones. And now, O inhabitants of Jerusalem and a man of Yehuda, please judge between me and my vineyard, and what more could have been done to my vineyard that I have not done in it? Why, when I waited for yielding of grapes, did it yield rotten ones? And now please let me inform you what I am doing to my vineyard, to take away its hedge, and it shall be burned, to break down its walls, and it shall be trampled down. And I lay and I lay it waste. It is not pruned or dug up. Thorn bushes and weeds shall come up. And I command the clouds not to rain on it. For the vineyard of Yahuwah Zabut is the house of Yashrael. The man of Yehuda is his pleasant plant. He looked for right ruling, but see oppression. For righteousness, but see weeping. Woe to those who join house to house and add field to field, until there is no room, and you are made to dwell alone in the midst of the land. In my hearing, Yahuwah Zabut said, truly, many houses shall be a waste, big and fine ones, without inhabitant. For 10 acres of vineyard shall yield 1 bath, and 1 comer of seed yields 1 ephah.
Okay. So there you go. I'm saying, and so this is why it's restricted. Once you go into the vow, you have to be even separate yourself from the vine, from your people, and be totally devoted to Yahuwah. It's means 100% dedication to Yahuwah, and forget about everybody else. But you're doing this in service of the people. See how I mean? So you become their slave.
And it's almost like you have to protect yourself, because if someone falls dead next to you, you're in trouble. Like you get in trouble for that. You got to go shave your head if you're like in the presence and somebody dies. You can't be around anybody that dies in this vow. You know what I mean? And that causes you to.
Well, it says you're not allowed to touch the dead. Not even your family members. That's the thing. See, a priest could go to his immediate family member's funeral, but nobody else's, right? But in this case, you're not even allowed to go to the funeral of your family. You have to stay away from the dead altogether. You can't touch the body of the dead, not even your own family under this vow. Why? Because you're totally separate from the vine. It's like he's plucking you off. You're one of the little grapes on there. He's grabbing it, plucking it off, and putting it way over there, away from the vineyard. Not even allowed to be part of them anymore.
See, right here on
vow of separation. That's what that means. See what it says? Vow of separation.
See, right here in 6. This is the one I got a question right here in 6:9 or 6:8. All the yumin of his separation he's kadash to Yahuwah, and when anyone dies beside him in an instant suddenly, and he has defiled the head of his separation, then he shall shave his head on the yum of his cleansing. On the 7th yum, he shaves it. So it seems like if somebody dies right next to you, you got to be careful, because you're responsible for what you got going on around you. You got to protect this vow very much, because even if somebody perishes next to you, it seems like you defile your separation.
Yeah, that's what it says. All the days of his separation to you, he does not go near a dead body. He does not make himself unclean for his father or his mother or his brother or sister when they die, because his separation to Yahuwah is on his head. All the days of his separation, he is Kadesh to you. And when anyone dies beside him in an instant, suddenly, and he has defiled the head of his separation by touching the body, then he shall shave his head on the day of his cleansing. On the 7th yom, he shaves it. And then on the 8th yom, he does a sacrifice. And so to me, this would mean that you touch it. That's how I read it. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Sandra?
It kind of reminds me of when he had separated Adam and Kua in Eden from mankind. Is that related to this vow of separation and how it's working out now? He's asking us to be separate and setting us apart, calling us to be his chosen priesthood, calling his bride.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, how close that is, I don't know. But I mean, I can definitely see what you're saying. You're not way out there somewhere.
Say, be ye separate, but I, Yahuwah, your Elohim, are separate.
That's right. Exactly right. Say, yeah. So Yahuwah's separate. And so we need, if you take that vow, you have to be just as separate as Yahuwah. Basically, is what that's telling you, man. That's a good point, Sandra. It's definitely beyond being set apart, as in Yisrael, as the people, right? It's well beyond that. You have to be set apart, separate yourself even from Yisrael, like Yahuwah, man. Be set apart like Yahuwah, to Yahuwah. So that thing was not a joke, man. Chance is right. It was not a joke. You had to have your head screwed on right, and you had to pay attention to make sure you didn't defile it, because it wasn't a joke, man. It was a serious vow. The one that I probably would have never taken, that I don't think I would have. Obviously, I think Paul did, but Paul had a lot to be separate about. I mean, bowing about. I mean, he was a monster, before he was delivered.
I think Paul went into that separation because several men had already taken a vow, and he promised to pay their offering for him when he first came back from he was testifying after he had been witnessing to the Gentile. And who was that told him, well, go ahead and take a vow with these guys and that's how he ended up under the vow. He wasn't really under a Nazir vow, but he was.
That's ringing a bell, but I can't.
It's in Acts. Let me see.
Yeah, there's something about that. You're right. I can't think of it though. Here's a fairly decent point. Zephaniah, grapes of wrath, fruit of disobedience, drunk on lies. That's staying away from the vineyard is what they're saying here. Spiritually makes sense, right?
Well, Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters. I gotta go. But thank you, Brother Mark, for putting this on. All esteem to Yahuwah. Hallelujah.
All right, brother. You take care of yourself. Take care of them kids, babies,
Sure. Oh,
children.
You know it.
Read that book. Maybe they'll fall asleep and you can come back. Usually when I'd read out of a book to my kids, try to get them to go to bed, I'd be the one that fell asleep. They'd still be up. I'd wake up and they'd be jumping up and down the bed. I was put myself out.
I've got to check out again. I can't hear anything.
Really? Well, I don't know what's causing that. Crazy, man. The devil's out to get us. He wants to silence us. He said, them people talk too much truth, man. You think the devil tries to interfere with this station? I think he does. There goes an echo. Now I'm going to refresh. Be right back. Well, I hope that made it better. That didn't make it better. I'm gonna do it again. Yeah, what happened? Everybody left, huh? Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on? That's crazy stuff.
I think it started when I got the new iPad. Because that's when it really started happening with Phyllis and me, and that we were connected, and now it's Dalitha and me, and now it seems like chance. It's
Did
like
you
it's spreading.
Did you get a new one?
About 3 weeks ago.
I mean, you said you were going to take it back last week. Did you take it back?
Yeah, and no, they didn't give me a new one. It was something to do with the screen, and he was able to fix it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's what I thought it was something with the screen.
yeah.
Okay. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I think we're going to stop right here because Numbers chapter 7 is one of the longest, most repetitive chapters in all the scriptures, man. And so I don't really get into it here, 4 hours into it already. Although there's not a lot of discussion there, it's very long and repetitive. So we'll save that one for next week.
I couldn't hear what chapter in Acts. What was it that y'all read?
18,
Oh, we haven't read it. We're looking for it. I'm looking for it.
Oh, what she's looking for? Oh, before that it was 18:18. She's still looking.
Okay, thank you.
Any thoughts, comments, or questions in today's study on Numbers 1 through 6? You're going to read chapter 7 for us next week, Phyllis?
No.
Go ahead, Jen. I was just seeing if you were paying attention.
When I added up the Gershonites and the Karaites and the Merarites, I got 22,300. Did y'all see that? And so I didn't bring it up at the time. Maybe I should have had, but just when I go through here and I add these up, I get 22,300. And then up on this is chapter 3. And so, and then in verse 43, it says 22,273. So I couldn't understand the difference in the numbers there.
Hang on, let me get to it.
All right.
All right, so Numbers 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now tell me again.
Okay, so in verse 22, we got 7,500. And then down in verse 28, we've got 8,600. And then in verse 34, we've got 6,200. And so then when you go to verse 39, it says 22,000 for a total, but that's 22,300. And then you go up there to verse 43, and then you have the 22,273. So I was just
the 22,273 are the firstborn males.
Okay.
The 200,000 or 22,000 are the Levites. Okay, so we got 22,000 Levites, 22,273 firstborn males of Israel. We got 6,200 in verse 34. We have of the Levites. 2,522 of the Levites. Where was the other one?
8,600 for verse 28.
In the number, all the males from a month old and above were 8,600. Okay, so let me see what that adds up to. I didn't add them up, so you might be right. I don't know. 7,500 plus 8,600 plus 6,200 is 22,300. Yeah, that's weird.
There you go.
Over 43 in the firstborns numbers from 1 month old and above, their registered ones were 22,273. Now that's supposed to be it. So that over here should be 22,000. So that I'd have Phyllis check, tell Lou about that. That should be 22,000. His math is wrong somewhere.
What page is that on?
Page 154 and 155 in
155. He must have typed something wrong there. See, where would that extra 300 be? See, 22,000 and 75,000. And then 8,006. That's probably should be 8,300. That's probably where that mistake is. Let me look in another translation.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I'll look in another translation, Phyllis. Hang on.
I actually don't know where the 8,000 is.
I'll tell you here in a minute. Let me double check it. Hang on a minute. So that would be, let me see. Verse 28. Give the wait a minute. That's not it. Numbers 3, dummy. 328. 8,600. It says it right there. Let's say so. Then where would be 22? 22 is 7,500, and then 34 is 6,200. It's the same thing, same numbers. So let me see what 43 is. It'd be 22,200 and 13. The same number. It's all the same numbers, different translation. That's weird.
Maybe it has something to do with the ones that were redeemed.
Is it 300 off or just 27 off?
It's 300 off. It's actually 200. Yeah, because that comes up to 22,300.
Yeah.
There's 273 of the firstborn of the children who were to be ransomed.
All right. So is this talking about the firstborn, this number over here? No.
See, it looks like it's a total for the 3 different.
It's a total for the Levites.
Yeah.
And it's saying that there were 200 right here in verse 46 in the ransom of the 273 of the firstborn of the children of Israel who are more than the numbers of the Levites. So number should be 22,000. So that's wrong in 2 different translations. The math ain't adding up. She's right. I never noticed that before. I'm going to look at another translation. See if it's what it says. Now that's crazy, man. Yeah, I've never done the math, so that's a good catch. Let me see. All right, so here it says, I'm in another translation now. Let's see what this one says. It says in 22, 7,500. That's the same. And then in 34, the males up there were 6,200. That's the same. And then in 39,
You missed 28. Verse 28, Mark.
huh?
Verse 28, 8,600. I think you missed that one.
Well, 28 would be 600. 8,600.
Same thing. Yeah.
And then 34, 6,200. It's the same. And then 39 says 20 and 2,000, 22,000. That doesn't add up to 22,000. That's up to 22,300. So this mistake is being passed on and passed on and passed on through copyright copyists.
Yeah, they didn't take time to do their math.
They didn't do the math. They just copied the figures. That's what's happened, isn't it? That's wild. That is absolutely crazy. Tell Lou, Phyllis. Maybe he'll be the first translation in thousands of years that actually did the math and had the math right. Yeah.
Which proves translations you cannot trust.
And not just copy and not investigate. Got to investigate everything. Good catch, Jim. Yeah, that's been passed on and on and on for who knows how long. 3 translations that all say the same. So that proves to me, man, that they're just copying them figures. They're not doing the math. They're just trusting the figures, man. That's pretty wild. Yeah, cool. You know where it's all at, Phyllis? You see it now, right? Yeah. See if Luke can correct it in next verse. Next time he puts that next version out, man, that'll be nice to have that corrected. Be the only one. I'll try one more. Here, I got another one sitting right here. Let's try it. I got 2 more sitting here. We can try them.
What's the oldest one we have? Anybody got a real old one?
I just did a real old one. You know what? I have the 1611 King James.
There you go.
That's the oldest one there is. Know what you get?
Yeah.
See what 1611 King Jimmy says.
Yeah.
All right. So here it is. I got the 1611. See it? 1611 King James. See if it goes to that. If I can find it. This is a weird one, man. This is a weird book. Let me see. Okay. No, I found it now. Tell me what they are again, June. What are the verses again?
Okay, verse 22.
Okay, that says we're suing thousand and fooey 100,500.
That's a good one. Okay.
The spelling in this is wicked, man. This is crazy.
Verse 28.
28. Well, hang on, Joel's here. Hang on. There you go, Joe. What'd you say, 28?
Uh-huh. Oh, there's
This
Joe.
one is
Hey, Joe.
8,600. Is that the same?
That's
Yes,
the same.
Same thing.
Verse 34. No, he fell off.
6,200.
Same thing.
And that takes us to verse 39.
22,000.
Okay.
20 and 2,000. And then what's the next one?
That was the total of the 1 month old, the firstborn males. That was in verse 43.
Okay, so then 43 was 20 and 2,200 and 313. Same thing.
Yeah.
So those are all the same figures, man. Every translation was.
I got it. Same thing in here too. Exactly.
Yeah, it's been copied out of this 1611. Ever since 1611, nobody's did the math. They've just copied them figures.
How
That's
is that?
The other thing you could do is try to get what's the Catholic one?
Latin Vulgate.
Yeah, the Vulgate, man.
Yeah.
They probably copied it from the Vulgate. It's probably wrong too.
Go all the way back to the Septuagint. No, well, no, you got to go back. You got to go. You just have to go back to the
Catholicism
original
don't add up.
scrolls. We're going to have to take a trip to Israel.
Somebody wasn't very good at math. I'm going to try it. Let me see if I can find that. Let's see, Latin Vulgate Numbers 3. What was it? 24? What was the verse?
Listen,
22.
yeah, we start up in 22.
22. Let's just see what it says. Hang on a minute.
I can't hear June.
Oh no.
I couldn't hear either one of y'all.
Turn on your mic and see if you can hear her, Phyllis.
Okay, speak, June.
Okay, I'm speaking.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay, so it says, the Latin Vulgate says, I can't read it because it's in Latin. It says, quorum nu remitus est populus sexus masculini ab unu mis et supra septem milia quigin torum. Well, if Oz was here, he could probably tell us what that says.
If you know a dead language, you know.
Yeah, that's what Latino is, man. It's a dead language.
Wow.
This is the same.
Latino and Latin. Yeah, we've already done that one.
That one you did? Okay.
Oh no, that ain't it. Is it the same?
This is 1982 version.
Yeah, is
This
it the
is when
same? That's a Trinity Bible. Is it the same though? Same
it's
figure?
the same as the other numbers. It's got 22,273.
That's wow, man. It's unbelievable, ain't it?
Did y'all do Hallelujah?
No, go ahead. You
Oh,
got it?
okay.
I bet they're all the same. I mean, it's been copied since 1611, obviously. Nobody's done the math on that but June. June, the only one. Lou,
What
we'll
chapter
have
is that in?
a special edition with corrected math, Phyllis. You better tell him.
What chapter is it in?
3.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Numbers 3. Read off the verses again, Jim.
Okay, we have 322,
Okay.
328.
328,
Okay.
and 334 equals 339, but they don't equal.
Now some Christian publisher get out there, watch this and hear it, and they'll run over there and correct their edition and do a revised version, put it out there and make millions of dollars off of what you found out. Corrected math.
Okay, so the scriptures are 322, 328, and what else?
34.
34. Thank you.
Right, Jen?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so in 322, I don't have any, it just says they're registered ones according to the number of all the males from a month old. Oh, okay, 7,500. And then three what? 24?
28.
In number all the males, let's see, 8,600.
That's the same.
And then three what?
34.
6,200.
That's the same. So that adds up to 22,300. It should be 22,000. I'll tell you where the mistake is. I'd almost bet money on it. It's where it says 8,600. That should be 8,300. I'll bet you. That's the only thing that makes, because the rest of them are whole numbers. So the mistake has to be in that odd numbered one, 8,600. That should be 8,300. I'll bet you anything. That's where the mistake is. No, it can't be in the other ones. I mean, it could be, but more than likely, but it's at 8,001 because that's a high number. See how high that is compared to the other ones? It's pretty far. That's a lot more. So to get it closer down to the count of the other families, the 8,600 probably should be trimmed to 8,300, and they'll be closer to the.
But you can't arbitrarily decide which one is wrong.
No, you have to find the mistake. How are you going to find it? You're going to just keep printing it? I mean, I'd rather take a wild stab at it because you got a 33% chance of being right. But if you copy it, you're a 0% chance of being right. So I'm going to take my chances with the 33% chance of being right.
And say this is not an inspired text.
Yes, it is only a transition. Please hear me. This is only a transition. It is just a figuration of your mind. That's pretty cool. All righty. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I don't know if I should even ask that after that one. Any other thoughts?
I'm glad I didn't bring it up because I was going to bring it up when we went.
I was wondering, this here that says the 22,273, it says all the firstborn males by number of names from 1 month old and above. They're registered ones. It's not talking about the Louis, because these over here are talking, these other numbers that added to the 22,300, they're talking about the numbers of the Louis. They're not talking about the numbers of the firstborn. That's where I see the difference at.
Verse 39 says that these three here equal to 22,000. Look at verse 39.
Look at verse 39, Sandra.
Okay. It says, all the registered ones of the Louis, whom Musha and Aharon registered.
See, there was
I lost my place. Registered at the command of Yahuwah by their clans, all males from 1 month old and above were 22,000. That's where the correction needs to be at, not at the 2273 though, is what I'm saying. It's not the 2273 that's wrong. It's there right there in that verse that's wrong.
Right.
yeah, that's what we're saying.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying that the
Wait,
first
I-
one,
No,
I
that
was off. Which verse is she talking about?
39.
39 is the one that needs correction.
What that's doing is it's presenting more Levites than firstborn by 3. That by that 73.
Mhm.
See what I'm saying?
That's
But
a difference of what?
it has to be more. There's more firstborn than Levites. That's why they had to do the buyback. See what I mean?
That number is off. That 39.
Something off on that one. It's the count of the Levites. That's what's off.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have to be less than the firstborn, not more. That puts them more. By 13?
What's the difference between 22,300 and 22,273?
Yeah, that's right, Rick. That's what we're saying. So it adds up to 22,300. And 443 states that the number of the firstborn of the Israelites is 22, which would be less than the Levites, and it can't be. It has to be more than the Levites. That's why they have to pay the ransom. They have to redeem them with the 5 shekels per person. Give it to Aaron. So there has to be more firstborn than Levites. But in this math, it's the opposite. That's what we're saying.
We're 22,000.
So that's definitely a mathematical error, man. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, you can't even say they made a mistake by reversing the count either, because you can't even, it doesn't even make sense that way either, does it? So no matter which way you look at it, there's a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, so 29 difference. 29 Louis difference.
I mean, it could be 100 per family. It could be 50 for this family. 125 for that one, another 100 for that one. We could slice it anyway. We don't know where the mistake is. It could be. I guess it could be a lot of different ways, couldn't it? So it's extremely hard to find out where the mistake lies. You'd have to go back to copies, translations, all the way, keep going until you found the mistake. And then at that point, then you'll be able to find where the next copy after that, where the mistake is. That's how you do it. Here, I'll show you something. Hang on a minute. I'll show you something.
Phyllis, did your computer make a sound when it went off the last time?
My computer.
Yeah. Is it a pad or is it a computer?
I'm using an iPad. No,
Me too.
It didn't make a sound. I didn't even know there was a problem until I couldn't hear June talking. And then I was going to just put up with that for a while, but then I couldn't hear Sandra talking. So I just got off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to change this so you guys can see this better. Okay. You still on there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys can see me?
King. That means yes.
Yes, we got you.
Okay, here we go. Watch this. Yeah. If I can get it up here so you can see it. All right, you see that? The year of all those copies there. Look at the King James at kind of like at the top. See the King James 1611 up there at the top? Look
Yes.
below it. Look at all them copies, man. The
Oh,
Dua, the Dewey, the Bishop, Geneva, the Great Bible, Matthews, Coverdale, Pinedale, Wycliffe, the Vulgate, ancient versions, ancient copies, early copies, original manuscripts. See all that?
oh, wow.
So that mistake can be found in any of those where they screwed up and then made that mistake, and then everybody that came after it continued just to copy that math and never checked on it. Is that crazy or is that crazy? See what I'm saying? It's not in I mean, all the modern English translations at the very top from 1952 over to 1982, every one of them got that mistake. I guarantee it. I just looked in like 3 of those. And then you got the Dead Sea Scrolls down there, but I bet you nobody's even noticed that in them either. But look at that. That mistake can be in any of them.
That is unbelievable.
That unbelievable? So
300. That's the Father's number, one of them, isn't it?
Not that I know of. What do you mean?
Well, you know, some of the numbers are more frequent in Scripture.
Oh, yeah. No. I don't know. I think 400 or 4,000 and 6,000 are probably more distinguished. You know, 3. That would be the Red Sea crossing on that particular millennium. I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look in the New King James version. Let me fix this back.
That's what mine was New King James.
You already looked in it?
Yeah, that's 1982 one.
I don't know. No use in looking then. I've looked in all the ones I got. I mean, I have, you know what? I got the Catholic Bible here. I got the brand new Vulgate here with the Apocrypha. I forgot about that. Let me look in this one.
300 is used 30 times in Scripture.
Okay. All right. Now they're doing the same thing. They're saying it's supposed to be 22,000, but it's not. It adds up to 22,300, even in the Catholic Bible. See, here it is. This Catholic Bible saying the same thing, man. So there you go. I just checked like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I just checked 6 translations, and they're all the same thing. Ross did one. That's 7. Who else had? Huh?
I did King James version and from 1982, the New King James.
I counted that. So there's 7.
And Hallelujah.
She did the JPS. That's 8. You did the Hallelujah?
Yeah, I did Hallelujah.
So that's 9. Anybody else check any? Here, I got the ISR. Let me check the ISR.
I'm a little bit confused, Brother Mark, because you keep saying in verse 43, you keep saying 22,000, but my book says 22,273. Is that not the number we're looking at?
What's that? Let me go back.
You keep saying 22,000, but
Yeah.
I'm seeing 22,273.
And don't listen to me. I'm crazy, you know.
It's verse 39, Phyllis.
Probably verse 39. Yeah, in 39
okay.
it says 22,000.
Okay.
And so that's the Levites. Okay, Phyllis, that's 22,000 Levites. That 22,273 that you're seeing in verse 43, that's the firstborn males of all the tribes.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
See, so they're supposed to be. That's all right. So 22,000 minus 22,273 is right. There's only 273 difference, and so they have to. Those 273 have to be redeemed. That's not the problem. The problem is over here when they count the Levites in verse 22, verse 28, and verse 34. And you add those up, it adds up to 22,300 instead of 22,000, which makes more Levites than firstborn. There's sort of the math. So the math, the problem is in the count of the three Levite families, it's supposed to add up to 22,000, and it doesn't. It adds up to 22,300. So the counting those three Levite families is the problem. There's where the mistake is, and one of them counts, or maybe all three. Who knows? But there's the problem. There's a lot of different ways that could be miscounted. So I said three, but that wasn't true. There's a lot of ways that can be miscounted. So to guess it would be almost impossible, but for some reason I keep going. I don't know if the Ruach's put me there, if it's just me, but I keep going back to the 86, saying it should be 83. I don't know why I'm saying that. Probably shouldn't say it because that's just an assumption, a wild guess.
Oh, okay.
Let me look down here at, I'm going to look at the ISR. I know Lou used to use that before he wrote the BYNV. So let's see what it says. This is another one I have a hard time getting around in. Let's see. All right, so 24. What was the verses again? I lost track.
Okay, chapter 3, verse 22.
Okay, that's 7,500.
28.
8,600.
And 34.
6,200. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then 39 says 22,000. And 43 says 22,273. So that's same. They're just copying, man. Nobody is checking the math on all those translations. That's crazy. You know, it entered my mind to do that. You know, when I was read through there, is to count them, add them numbers up, because I usually do, but I didn't. I just skipped right. I didn't do it. But it did enter my mind. Normally I do, anytime there's anything like that in scripture, I always add it up or see if the math fits, Okay, so Rick says he looked it up. And some scholars suggest a scribe error, well, obviously, in verse 28, proposing that the Kohathites should have been 83. That just came into my mind. That might be confirmation. Maybe I was the Ruach. Instead of 86, which would make the 22,000 perfect. I know that's funny, Rick, because that's what just kept bombarding my mind. Was it should be 83 instead of 86. That's almost crazy, isn't it? Come on, you guys. That's got to be crazy, right? So maybe that was the Ruach, man. Wow. Okay, Rick, you just made my day. Thank you. Very good. I mean, I honestly, now that he just said that put that up there, I'd tell Lou, change that to 86 to 83 and be done with it. You'll never find where the mistake is. I mean, you have to keep going through all them translations, going way back. Those people there that he looked that up, them scholars, they probably did. They probably researched that out and found it. That's probably why they're putting it up there. There's people that do that, especially if they're in college. They ain't got nothing better to do but go through that stuff, for lessons and everything. And they're in college. They'll do the research. College students, Yeah, that's wild stuff. All right. Really cool. Good study today. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay. Rick comes up with some good stuff sometimes, don't he? That's why when I see him saying something, I always read what he's saying, because a lot of times he does come up with some good stuff, whoever Rick is. Yeah, we checked them all. We've checked now. How many? 10. We checked 10 translations, and they all carry the error. Now, Rick, 10 of them so far. Anybody else got any other ones other than that? We checked 10. Amazing. Where's Lou at, Phyllis? I ain't heard from him all day.
I don't know. Hey, I thought he was watching.
Yeah, I haven't heard from him all day. Calling Lou White. Earth to Lou White. We have a problem, Houston. We lost brother Lou. An alien got him. Speedy, what you do with brother Lou? And Speedy might have ran over and kidnapped him. I mean, he'd be over there in about 2 seconds and back, but we wouldn't even know he's down. He's so fast. Well, no questions, no comments. You all ready to leave out of here now? All right, brother Joe, let's get us out of here, man.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba Hashem
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba
Bye
Hashem.
bye. I love you all. Thank you.
Love you too.
Bye. Love you.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Bye, Joe.
Good study, Mark.
Bye, Joe.
Bye.
All right. Take
Bye.
care.
Joelle. Bye, Chandra. Bye, June. Bye, Raj. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Speedy.
Bye, Sandra.
So Speedy must be your alter ego.
No, he's a pagan, man. He's trying to
Okay. All right. Well, I just thought I'd drop in and say hi because I've been following, but
Yeah.
I haven't really been set up. So
Oh, that's cool. I'm glad you came in, Joe. Always nice to see you. Where you
Is that-
live? I said, always nice to see you.
I'm in Byron Center, Michigan right now.
Oh, Michigan. Okay. My brother's up there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been very cold, but now we're getting a break. So,
That's good.
but thanks for all the study, and I'll be here next week. Now that now that I can negotiate my way around a little better.
All right.
Okay. Thanks
All
a
right.
lot.
Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
So long.